all of the things. All right. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you are joining us live here on X/Twitter, if you are joining us live on LinkedIn, if you are joining us live on the YouTube channel, I am clicking Save Changes. We are also on Meta as well. It looks like we are starting the stream. So let's go ahead and refresh that. Make sure that we are live in studio, live with you here. So glad to have you here for the 4th annual Best in XR AI Education Summit. And it looks like maybe, is that you? It says that they're live.
Fantastic. Welcome, everybody.
Well, but we're not seeing it live actually on the LinkedIn yet. So give us just another moment to stream through. I'm checking the LinkedIn. It does say I am live, and I'm going to click the view on LinkedIn as well. About to view this stream. Yep. Here we go. We are live. So we are live inside of LinkedIn. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 4th annual Best in XR and AI Education event here with the VR AR Association and the Applied AI Association. My name is Dallas Amsden. I'm one of your hosts and one of your MCs for the day. My company is Communicate to Succeed. I am so glad to have you here. We believe here at Communicate to Succeed that communication is one of our greatest things. And we're going to be communicating with you live in LinkedIn. We're also on YouTube. We are on Facebook as well. But this is brought to you today by the VRARA and the Applied AI Association. Real quick shout out to our sponsor today, the SIBA Vision Ltd, Silvio Ballerini at s-iba.com. Silvio, thank you so much. SIBA Vision is a Swiss company that creates innovative learning and training solutions for other businesses. So we are so grateful to have you here as a sponsor for the 4th annual Best in XR AI Education Summit. But let's not wait any longer. You guys don't have to listen to me. I'm really excited to bring on my co-host for the day, who also is the global director, newly minted, Mari Rogo. How the heck are you, man?
I'm great. Thanks for having me here. I'm happy to be here and happy to be here with the 800 people that all signed up.
Yeah.
The speakers, the host, it's an amazing 4 hours about to happen here. This is fantastic. We're talking flying cars. We're talking education. We're talking about everything that's coming up in the world of AI and VR. And it's, it's kind of like a speed dating. You get to see really finite clips, right? 10-second, 15-second clips. And the great thing is we want your feedback. What would you like to learn more about? What would you like to see more of? We can put events together on it. We can put more webinars together, white papers, trend reports. That's why I'm here. I'm here to support the team. So thank you for having me.
Beautiful. Thanks so much for being here, Mari. And I'm going to let you get us rolling here in just a minute. But just really quickly here, one last thing about Mari. Not only is he the newly minted global director here at VRARA and the AAIA, he is also the CEO of RIP Media Group and brings, almost 20 years of video marketing, digital marketing, all of that to the table. So I know here at the association, we are super excited to bring your expertise. So thank you for that as well, man.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to get out of your way. I'm going to let you share the screen and I'm going to let you introduce our first guest. Let's bring on Carlos.
Cool. Well, just a moment for Carlos, but I'd wanted a quick overview on, not even an overview, but just an introduction. Who's bringing this to you today? So it's the VRAR and the Applied AI Association. Again, I am proud to be over these associations and help them get the message out to you in the best way possible so that you can learn, so that you can grow, so that you can connect. Please hit the websites. And this is the mantra. Came across this beautiful African proverb. If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. And that's really the mantra here at the associations. We are all about team. We're all about helping you learn, all about events like this, helping you grow. And what I have done is put the three pillars of value together for you. And you're going to see it all day long. We want to help you grow. Strategic partnerships. You're on the VR side. You want to learn about AI. I'm going to mix those groups together so that you can learn from each other, so that you can connect and have great industry experts, not only recognition as speakers, as presenters in events like this and live events as well, but learn and connect with those people if you're on your way up. And you also get to learn nonstop. We have events virtual and live every single week. So across the earth, there is a lot happening. There's different cities, there's different committees. This, the Education Summit, as I believe is one of the largest in the world. I was told by, I believe it was Carlos, it's the largest on earth. There's over 1,700 people, that are involved in this and helping each other learn about these technologies. So one of the things you'll see pop up today, if you are not a member, please join. We're going to do this end of the year special so that you can join, get the white papers, get the trend reports, get to events, learn. So truly, thank you. That's cool. We got that discount code that'll be running all conference, and there we are. So if you're ready to build the future, you come to the website, hit a button, you'll learn more. We can get you included. And that said, we are really proud to bring on Carlos. Oh, can't hear you, Carlos.
Yeah. Hello, Mauri. Hello, team. It's really a great pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
We are very, very happy. We can see that we are relaunching the VAR Association, and we are going to refresh all our souls and all our emotions. So today is the day. So thank you very much. And thank you very much to all the attendants, because you are the reason why we are here. So I would love to share some words about what we call, just a sec. Oh,
sorry.
I think it's there, the screen, the window. Yeah. Very fast presentation.
Let me get out of
here. Okay. Hello?
Sorry, let's get that presentation up.
Okay. I'm sharing, but I cannot see.
There you go.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, only a few words to talk about Megatrends, XR, Next Learning Area and beyond. So, as Mauri said previously, we are, let's see, a community with more than 770 members. We have every 2 weeks our education committee with people from more than 5 continents, and we share our values, our experiences, and we have had incredible people. Many of them will be together with us, sharing their experiences and their knowledge. So one thing is that I really think that today we are in a very, very special moment where the convergence between extended reality and AI is creating a new disruption opportunity for education. So we are going to share this study, which is a very, very interesting study to all the VR members, and you can get it in the new committees. So one thing is the global context is growing very, very fast. So this is why one of the key strategic mission from the manufacturers and the organizations is the education sector. And we can see that there are a lot of opportunities. And we are going to talk about that during the next panels and sessions. One thing is which are the main drivers: rising digital literacy, declining XR hardware cost, integration of generative AI, expansion of national innovation programs like EU, South Korea, States. But still there are main challenges that we have to close this gap: the lack of standardization, operational and maintaining cost, the teachers training gap, data privacy, and so on. So we identify finally 10 mega trends for education that will be very active in the next couple of years: hyper-personalized learning, global collaborative hubs, gamify and fully immersive learning, on-demand lifelong learning, augmented classroom, universal inclusion and accessibility, ethics and digital well-being for sure, generative AI and content creation, emotional learning, and so more. The thing is that all these topics and all these things will have their reference during our sessions. So I think now it's time to hear the voices of the people that is going to talk with us. You can access to all these documents just for free if you are member of the VR AR Association. So we are ready to go. So the thing is, I would love to invite to the States two of my, let's say, favorite members, voices, and experts that will open this session. Distinguished guest and visionary educators, it's a true honor to open this education summit with the extraordinary participation of two remarkable champions in XR and AI. Both are the leaders and the voices that for me are really references. One is my favorite friend, Monica Ares, a recognized leader in transforming learning through AI and immersive technology. She's director of content transformation at Microsoft. She has been leader in IDEA Lab, Imperial College of London, and she was the leader of at Meta, the immersive learning, and she is one of the top 100 global women in the future. Many more things, but we have to hear your voice. The other is John Kelly. He's a very nice guy. He's very impressive and with a lot of experience in AI. He was with us just some months ago, and he is the founder and general director of Colegio ICAI. It's a boutique kinder and primary school in Mexico, recognized as the first school in Mexico to embrace metaverse. He is drawing inspiration from finance phenomenon-based learning. He leads an innovative institution that brings creativity, critical thinking, immersive technologies. So I'm really happy that you are going to open our education summit. Please jump to the stage, make this yours. Thank you very much for your time and to be with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. Hi, John.
Hello. Hi, Monica. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Yes, we had a chance to hop on a phone call last night, which was really engaging and fun. And we realized that when we talk about the future of learning, it's so easy to just focus on the moment that we're in right now, right? Because we have all these new tools, new AI features, new platforms. But we were thinking, what if we were fast forwarding 5 years? And what would the headlines look like between now and then?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really fun idea, to talk about the headlines that we could have in 2030, because for sure there'll be some shocking headlines out there in the next 5 years. So it'd be really fun just to knock a few ideas about and play some ping pong with some things that we think probably will revolutionize and transform learning over the next couple of years.
Oh, beautiful. I love it. Okay, you go first. So what headline do you hope to see about the future of learning somewhere between now and the next 5 years?
So I grabbed this headline. I found it in The Guardian last couple of weeks. It's a real headline that came to me. I've actually heard about the alpha schools over the last couple of months or so. But the headline is "The 2-hour school day outlearns the old system." And there's a lady over in Texas called Mackenzie Price, who's setting up alpha schools that really have this statement is that your child will learn just 2 hours every day. They'll outperform everyone in the top 2% of all standardized tests, and the rest of the school day, utopia, is going to be used for arts and crafts and music and exploring ourselves and debate. It sounds ideal, but I think it's a really good headline to explore.
Oh, I absolutely love that one. And I love being able to balance both, the cultural side, the arts, and then also the learning, if we can make all of it fit into a day in a much more balanced way. But what do you think mastery will look like when time is no longer the measure of success for school?
That's right. And I think we do, how many courses do you see, especially in language learning? It's an 80-hour course, 80-hour course. Time is a resource, right? It's not really it's not really a criteria for mastery. So I think important in Colegio Ikigai and here in Olinka, these are the two schools that I'm managing at the moment. One of the key words, the 21st century buzzword is agency, the capacity to act, And if we can get agency into our students and into our children, then this seems to be like the on-ramp to these 21st century learning skills that are still there. We've heard them over and over again, but are so important and powerful to us. But creativity creeping up that list, because when we get our children being creative, we get these transformational situations. So I think Tony Wagner first mentioned this back, and he said, time over mastery, mastery beats time all the time. And we know from having our own children, I know you mentioned to me last night, you've got 3 children, Monica, and they're all different, three different children, right? One goes faster in maths, one goes faster in English, one goes faster in sciences, but they learn at different paces. So, the first idea about the 2-hour classroom, I absolutely love it. I think it could really work out if we have these short bursts of efficient learning. And the AI really can give us high-level standardized results, flexible learning schedules. I think, like, again, we both got teenagers in our house, and, the schedule that we give our teenagers is not quite the learning schedule that I feel that they're on in their natural rhythms. And if we can make it competency-proof, then I think in the next 5 years, I think this headline has got some kernel of truth in it, that we could move to this type of system.
I love that. I think our teens and our learners would be much happier with that balance as well. So I would love to get to that state.
Absolutely, yeah. I think like the Harvard AI tutor experiment said that you could double, if you're using an AI avatar, you can double the learning amount of time. And Mackenzie Price says that their children regularly test in the top 2%. We can drill into that any which way. Maybe they've already got the top 2% of children in the state, but at the same time, like, it's very attractive to think that all of the things that make us human, that makes us flourish, the ikigai, which I named my school after that idea, actually is not solely in just in the learning camp. It's in a holistic improvement. I think you ask children, or you ask my son, like, what's his most favorite part of the day? It's playing soccer. You ask other children, it's playing music, it's theater. It's those creative, humanistic elements that really propel the children onwards.
Yeah.
So, okay, a headline. What, Monica? Give me a headline that you think we might see in the next 5 years. I'm really excited to hear this. So
I think I'll start with, I think interactive video is going to become sort of the new YouTube. Or then, so much of our learning happens through video instruction. But imagine if videos don't just play, they actually respond. So instead of passively watching, learners can pause, ask it questions, get instant tailored explanations, either simulations, role play, data visualizations, that AI can adjust the pacing of the video and the direction that you go in, and then even shift that tone and complexity depending on how engaged or confused you are. But I'm really after curiosity and looking at sort of the ways in which we consume content and learning right now. How do we notch them up through AI to make us even more curious?
I mean, just amazing, right? It's just amazing to me that a real person is really thinking about doing this in the world. But what happens when every learner has a personalized conversational classroom in the pocket? What effect does this have on society? What effect does this have on our learners and our children?
I mean, I think it changes everything about how we define learning in the moment, right? So right now we learn when we sit down, we kind of isolate ourselves. We know that we're going to sit there and something is curated from start to finish. But with interactive video, learning can become much more conversational, contextual, hopefully deeply personalized. And, you could be watching a video on climate change and ask, so show me what this looks like in my city. And then it instantly pulls data and visuals, and they make it relevant to you and the problems that you might want to solve or that you deeply care about. Now, the original video still has to somehow get from start to end. I don't know 100% what that looks like because there is a purpose around that container, but you can pause it. You can take detours along the way. You can ask it questions or brainstorm, practice, see different examples. And so based on that information, the system can either fast forward you if it thinks you can skip a certain part, or even go deeper if it knows that you need more practice. And I think this is just one of those shifts that we're trying to make of education really kind of being a linear, one directional right now towards a more adaptive and inquiry-based dialogue. But the risk, I think, is that if it becomes hyper individualized, if the learner is really sitting there and going down their own learning pathway, then we might lose that collective experience, that shared spark that comes from discussing ideas together. So the opportunity isn't just about we have this smarter content that's hyper personalized to you, but it's about designing a system that makes those individual experiences so powerful that you can't wait to go back to the learning group and then have that learning be collective and social.
Wow. Well, I've got a question further along about what you think about high stakes testing. I have my own very personalized ideas about high stakes testing from all my years working in education, but I'd love to know more about what you think about AI is going to do to education in the future. I think to our evaluation systems in particular, but I'll leave that for a couple of minutes down the line.
Well, it's funny because another headline we can throw in right now, but it's that I think we're heading to a place with no more multiple choice. And I think assessment is actually going to become screen screen aware. I'm calling it screen aware as like phase one, but eventually it will go to something much more intuitive. But like imagine a technology that can actually see your screen, and not in a surveillance way, but more in a mentoring type of way. So it's a system that can see what you're doing, understand your process, assess your proficiency in real time. So it's almost like, the way we learn with a really good mentor, they can instantly assess where you're at, and they can start to give you challenges that push you just a little bit further, just the right way, not so much that you lose interest, but they keep sort of stretching that. And I think that we can now have a screen aware agent that can understand how your thinking is evolving, how your learning is growing. And like a good mentor, it will guide you through those steps of either teaching, having you practice, or taking the training wheels off. And through an assessment, which is actually probably you solving a real problem in real time, it will start to understand your proficiency and those skills, not just what you memorized. And so I think we're not going to maybe not even have a grade at the end, but it'll be almost like a bar graph of like different ways in which you've shown proficiency. So part of it might be the skill or the topic you had to learn, but it might be collaboration, creativity, curiosity, all these skills that we haven't been able to measure, especially through our multiple choice high stakes assessment, that now can almost serve as like a digital wallet that you can either show, a future employer, or that can become something that helps train your personalized system. To go back and figure out more places to focus in or accelerate you forward. But, that's just first version. I think this system will be able to observe how you navigate on your computer screen, but soon through glasses and other wearables, it will be able to learn from your real world actions. So it can see what you're building or designing, explaining, experimenting with, and support you in context in the real world, whatever that might look like. And so I think that shift from occasionally assessing in a very high stakes test of multiple choice, which we all know is a terrible way to measure understanding, to this like continuous lifelong learning, one where hopefully curiosity isn't a phase that we get a handful of aha moments, but it's a habit, and that system helps us sustain it, and ultimately gives us the ability to stay curious, keep learning, keep stretching, and continuously apply that like hopefully lifelong learning model throughout whatever we're doing, whether it's in a classroom, at our jobs, or just in the world.
Personalized learning journeys, right? That's so such an interesting idea of how you like get those portfolios of information that follow the child through their learning journey. I think like a lot of schools are already looking at that, and I know like I work with the Cambridge International Board, and I also work with IB, two of the biggest groups, and they are definitely looking at this right now. Like, how is that going to impact them in 5 years? And I think it's a huge question. It's like, what is the value of high stakes testing in a world that's driven by AI? It has very minimal value, in my opinion. But what does have value to future employees and for our students is being able to demonstrate real world competencies and have that evidence just right there to show future employees. So I think that's definitely going to happen. I think, I can't foresee a world in which we continue with high stakes testing. It will be modified and changed over the time to bring in these different types of digital assets and digital richness that we have in the ecosystem.
Yeah. Well, I know we only have like 1 minute left, so I'm going to flip the script. Instead of the headlines we do hope to see, what's one you really hope we don't see?
Well, there's one of the major preoccupations that I have at the moment about AI is relationships with children and AIs transcending the borders. So I really don't hope to see any more headlines about adolescents falling in love with AI systems. I think this is extremely worrying a trend for me coming out of Silicon Valley and all of the information that we've got there. So I'd like to see rates of teens falling in love with AIs being minimal or zero in the future.
Amazing. No, that's good. And my fear is if we see a headline, it's like future of learning's arrived. It looks just like 2020, right? Like pandemic era, everything is digital, video, multiple choice. Then we will have not evolved, just digitized the past. So yes, I hope through all of our collective work, and I love what you're doing with your schools, that AI, doesn't just change how humans learn, but it finally lets us teach the way that we're meant to learn. Because I think for a long time, our technology has actually stopped us from that ability. And I'm hoping these newer systems collectively allow us to get there. Oh, you're on mute.
Monica, John, thank you so much for that. That was so great. My head's already buzzing from everything you guys have been discussing. So for those of you who are joining us on Meta, Facebook, or on LinkedIn, or even watching this on YouTube, I can see some of the comments blowing up, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot more questions about this. And we definitely are going to have you guys back for probably another longer discussion at this point. So this is great. Thank you again. We're bringing Mari back on as well. Monica, John, appreciate you guys so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
You too.
Thanks so much. That was very interesting. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So to keep things rolling, everybody, we're going to have Rob Thoreau. He's going to talk about the state of education in the face of XR and AI. I'm happy to bring him in as well. And if you have any questions, make sure you come to that feed. We can see some of the questions along there in LinkedIn. We have a chat going here as well. So please keep that going. And Rob, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm assuming my mic is working, and I am going to share my screen right now.
Rob, while you're pulling up your screen there, let me know if you're having any trouble or any issues with that.
I think I'm okay. You're seeing it now, correct?
We are not seeing it quite yet, but here we go. I did find it. Here we are.
Okay.
Perfect.
Good. All right. Hello, everyone. 10 minutes. Yay. Thanks so much. So I want to talk about the state of education in the face of XR and AI. And I did a similar talk recently and used only one slide. And this was a slide because I think it summarizes nicely where we are as humans facing the emerging technologies that are coming at us at a rapid pace. But to be a little more serious, the world is riding on the exponential curve of technology in every conceivable field, from medicine to education. And viewed from the left side, the hockey stick shaped curve graphically describes rapid and accelerating improvement. It begins as a slow, fairly linear rise from left to right and turns sharply upwards as innovation builds upon other innovation. And viewed from the right side of the curve, it looks more like a tsunami threatening to overwhelm humanity. And I think this metaphor is appropriate because I think as humans, we tend to be overwhelmed fairly easily with change. Now, XR has a short history in an educational context and is at the fulcrum point of the exponential curve. In 2018, the first standalone virtual reality headset became available to consumers in education. It was the Oculus Go, and the Go ignited what I describe as a level of nerdism in early adopters that I've never seen in my educator colleagues. It took us from text-based communication to meeting colleagues and new colleagues in virtual places we had not imagined possible. And for the first time since the technology was developed in the 1960s, this immersive and experiential learning medium was affordable and scalable for education. The early adopters didn't see this tsunami as a threat to education, but as an opportunity to ride the wave and explore. And those who were not early adopters now find themselves in a state of FOMO, or fear of missing out, running aimlessly, trying to understand the true implications of XR learning. And they find themselves overwhelmed by the deployment challenges. I speak with educators around the world almost on a weekly basis, and this is what I'm getting from other educational institutions. And so my call to action for other educators is to explore and begin to integrate technology now. Don't wait. We've been exploring XR quite extensively for the last 5 years. And in fact, at Georgian College, we've integrated virtual mixed and augmented reality in close to 20 programs in multiple disciplines. And we're exploring about another 20 program areas, including architectural technology, indigenous language studies, English for academic purposes, tourism, fine arts, business, events management, interior design, interior decorating, occupational therapy, physiotherapy, pre-health, fitness and health promotion, museums and galleries, and quite a few more. And then November 2022 came along and ChatGPT was introduced. And after it was introduced, I knew the chaos would ensue in January 2023 when semesters resumed in much of the world. And generative AI completely disrupted essays and take-home assignments at the post-secondary level, and colleges and universities immediately entered the policing phase, what I like to call the Dolores Umbridge phase. And we're still in the policing phase. We've shifted a little bit into the efficiency phase, and I think we'll continue to be in the policing phase and the efficiency phase. And the efficiency phase is extremely important. But the trouble with colleges and universities is, while their centers for teaching and learning are often developing policies, or the schools in general are developing policies around the use of generative AI, teachers are left to their own discretion as to whether to allow students to use it or not. And that, I think, is going to become problematic as we move forward. So, this disrupted essays and take-home assignments, and then along came smart glasses. And smart glasses have been around for quite a few years, but the Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses are the top-selling smart glasses, and they're praised for their combination of fashion and function, including camera, speakers, and AI assistant. And these glasses, I'm starting to see them on students in my college right now, will render tests completely and utterly useless. And there'll be no policing them, because this teacher cannot say to a student, remove your prescription glasses. Or in a couple of years from now, if we see AI-connected contact lenses, please remove your contact lenses. So policing will be futile. And so how learning is assessed has been irreparably altered, damaged, disrupted, destroyed, choose whatever adjective you like. So we have to completely rethink how students learn and how learning is assessed. Currently, I'm working with our AI students to develop intelligent tutoring systems with smart glasses. These are AI mentors, so the student uses smart glasses with computer vision, can point out an anatomical model, for example, and say, what is this organ? And the AI will say what the organ is, and will describe the 5 major functions and the major diseases associated with that organ. And the intent of this is not to replace teachers, but with AI mentors. But by using AI mentors at the intersection of XR and AI, it can do the heavy lifting of mentoring and tracking learning at the content level, in particular knowledge, understanding, and application. So teachers can focus their time with students on things like case-based learning, project-based learning, critical thinking, interpersonal skills, and interprofessional development. And so what I propose is that we completely transform education in the following manner: that we move from a marks-based system to a competency-based system. And in so doing, we need to transition to a more flexible semester system, as some students will achieve competency sooner and others will take a little longer. In the near future, what I envision is that when students register for classes, they will be issued an AI mentor that's vetted by the college or university, and it'll be downloaded onto their electronic devices, their computer, their phone, their smartwatch, perhaps an AI pendant, smart glasses, ideally augmented reality glasses, and also ideally virtual reality glasses. So XR and AI will give students visual, auditory, and tactile experiences. Lectures will be mostly replaced with experiential learning. AI mentor will know the student's courses and their learning objectives. They will engage the student in conversations, not just answer questions, as many chatbots do rather. And the conversation should be Socratic in nature. So the AI mentor is digging deeper into what the student, not just what the student knows, understands, and can apply, but also helps them exercise their critical thinking, their higher order thinking. And it will provide reports at regular intervals. It'll track education, it'll track their knowledge, it'll provide reports at regular intervals, analytics that the teacher and the students can use for their evaluation. The AI will mentor, the AI, so for example, using smart glasses, you can point at something and identify things. With AR glasses, a student can come out of a classroom and say to the AI, we just talked about the oxyhemoglobin dissociation curve. I don't completely understand it. The AI will ask a few questions to determine where the knowledge gaps are, and then we'll say, hey, would you like me to generate an animated graph? And so the AI and AR glasses will do that, and within the student's field of view, they'll see this animated graph, and the student might say, oh, this is fantastic. I really understand now. And but how would a patient with this organ failure present in a hospital setting? And then the AI might say, why don't you put on your virtual reality glasses and it'll create 3D content in real time, probably crude in the next 3 years, but it'll bring the student into an immersive environment in an intensive care unit where they're looking at a patient on life support, and the AI and the student will engage in a conversation around, why is this patient pale? Why is their heart rate high? Why is their blood pressure low? And so it'll be a truly visual, auditory, and tactile experience. It'll be a true experiential learning. And so AI mentors will transform how students learn and how learning is assessed, and education will become increasingly experiential. A student's personal AI mentor will provide individualized, adaptive lessons with visual aids and tactile experiences ranging from semi-immersive to fully immersive. And predictive analysis will inform the student when they have achieved competency or mastery. XR AI-assisted learning will be transformative, and it will be the future. Thank you.
Awesome, Rob. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. We did have one question come through on the LinkedIn, which was, how do you see this impacting the college test prep industry? You got a quick 20-second answer for that?
It'll be done.
It'll be done. That's all we need to know. I love it. That's fantastic. I appreciated what you were saying there about shifting from a marks-based system to a competency-based system, and hopefully that AI will be more Socratic in nature. Hopefully it's better than the mentors I had growing up, because Hooked on Phonics still hasn't worked for me. So Rob, really appreciate you. Thank you. Everybody, these are being recorded on YouTube, and these streams will be available again if you want to catch all of that goodness. So Rob, really appreciate you being here. Thanks so much. All right, Mari, who do we got next up in the list? Oh, you are muted, my friend.
There we go. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm back.
All
With
right.
a young child, seeing the future of education is extremely exciting. So hearing that you can learn from anywhere, get the full immersion experience and learn faster, it's really amazing. So we're going to learn more about that from Pal. So Pal Guardiola, he's integrating AI, metaverse, robotics. And the goal here is to humanize and create an immersive, connected educational experience for every student. So it's perfectly bridged from the last discussion. Pal, welcome. How are you?
Hi, welcome. Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. And thanks for Professor Rob. It's always great to hear him. And it's such a pleasure to continue this speaking. Thanks to Carlos also and all the VR, AR for this opportunity. Let me share my screen. And I would like to add some points to the discussion. So I'm Pau Guardiola. I'm PhD student research at UCAM and Stanford University, where I'm focusing on AI and visual computing technologies applied to education. And I think this image summarizes perfectly what I would like to talk about this afternoon. It's basically show us the first step where we are. Most of our classes are like this gray scale image with a professor and a linear classroom. Then, thanks to the COVID-19, we all had this jump to the digital classroom, but still, it is very isolated. We have individual students, individual professors, and now, thanks to these new technologies and people, forward-thinking people, we are starting to get into this magical space of 3D intelligent spatial education. So this is our university. This is the 17th monastery where we are here in the southeast of Spain, very sunny, lovely space. So everybody is more than welcome to come and join us and see some of the projects that we are working on. And all our work is focused on one key point, which is most of the topics that we are trying to teach our students, either in the medicine school, chemistry, architecture, they are all 3D concepts that we still teach in 2D. But as I said, we do have technologies to make this education immersive and more intelligent. How? Let me show you some examples. So since 2021, we created the Emerging Technology Department here at UCAM, and we have 3 basic units. Generative AI, where we focus on the use of AI technologies in education. We have a Drone and Robotics Department, where we're using embedded AI. And we have Metaverse Department, where we're using VR and AR in education. We have a team of graphic designers, 3D Unity developers, and we work very close with students and forward-thinking professors. The key point this year is that at the very beginning, we do have to face a lot of problems, and we have to go looking for examples and classes, and we show our professors what we can do. Nowadays, it's just the upside. They are the ones coming to our department asking for, can we do this? Can we create that? And right now we are building a bigger team, because we simply cannot accept all the requests that we're receiving from professors and students, because they do already see the huge potential that we have. We built our first visual classroom. We are building new ones right now in our university, where we basically change the way classrooms are. They are very special classrooms, more focused on the use of XR and VR technologies. As you can see, they have a different, visually they are quite different. This is quite shocking from the very beginning. We have hundreds of XR headsets, mainly Quest Pro and Quest 3. As you can see, we have a very high-speed connection, and then they are all chairs with wheels, which gives the students the opportunity to move around and configure the classroom depending on the goal of the classroom. So they are very liquid classrooms. And sometimes we also put all our students without sitting down, and they have to move around freely in the classroom. It's pretty awesome. And we are already building 5 more classrooms like this, because we simply have no more free spots. We have hundreds of students coming on here. The last numbers were around 4,500 students already try out this technology. We have so many different applications that we are using. I would like to show you 2 of them and to give you some examples. Wanda is one of them. We absolutely love Wanda. It's a French startup. And we love it because it allows us to create 360 interactive videos. As Monica said in the first talk, interactive videos are the future for sure. They are already present in our university. We are developing a very wide range of educational experience thanks to Wanda VR. Mostly they are interactive 360 videos with high-res videos where we add different scenarios, and our students can surf, they can take actions, they can of course get in mistakes. Whenever they have a mistake, they can see and read why, and they can repeat again. One of the coolest things about Wanda VR is that it is multi-user. It could be also multiplayer, and you can also access either with the VR headset, or you can access also with your laptop, which is cool because our students, once they come back home, they can still review and remake the same experience that they experienced before in the visual classroom with the VR classes. We have examples on a lot of different fields in medicine, chemistry. We also worked with the NATO, with the military forces. Here we can see a still image of an active shooter situation, sports. And one of the coolest ones is a very recent one, which is AI avatars. So the image that you can see on the bottom left is an AI from a TDAH student who suffers in the classroom. And our students, they have to have a dialogue with this student, and the AI can interact with the student. We can analyze how they speak with him, the behavior, the nonverbal communication. It is pretty mind-blowing. It was an idea that came from our professors that they are very concerned about how to deal, how to work, how to speak with specific types of students. And they were like, can we create an AI with this, and this, and our students can interact with him? And it was like, wow, we don't know, let's try out. And we tried out a few days ago, and the experience was just mind-blowing. This is definitely, we are looking forward to keep working and keep digging much deeper. Spatial is another application. We love Spatial. We've been using it for years. It's fully customizable. We can create Unity experiences and then deploy them into a spatial application, either on the website or on the via classes. And here we can see some examples of use of spatial in medicine, in architecture, rescue. We have also conducted even some derivative polling chats and discussions for the politicians. I mean, spatial is super cool. It's fully customizable. You can add logos, videos, and of course, 3D assets, which is pretty amazing. And you can connect from all over the world. And yeah, I very encourage you all guys to try out both applications. Of course, we have many more applications that we are using, but we don't have that much time to talk about them. But just to give you a little free, we use mainly Unity. When we talk about robotics, we have DJI drones. We have a fleet of 12 DJI drones, an Avata FPV drone, a bigger one, an M3, and we also have Unitree robots. We have the Quadruped Go 2. We had also the Humanoid 1, and of course MetaQuest. We do have around 250 MetaQuest 3. We have MetaQuest 2. We have MetaQuest Pro. We have Vision Pros also, even HoloLens. And of course, we work mainly on Unity and Blender. Yeah, this is basically what I wanted to talk about. And let me show you this video, 60 seconds video, where you will be able to see some of those experiences live. Every single space, every single avatar that you will see in this video is a real student or a real professor behind. Let's take a look.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pau. That's incredible.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. Everybody, these replays are available for you as well, and we will make sure those links get sent out after the event is over. You can check this. But Mari, tell us a little bit more before we bring on Elizabeth. You've got something too you wanted to remind us of.
Sure. Just want to remind you that I'd love your feedback. Please keep the feed coming. You can contact me directly. I put my link right in there. You can also contact Applied AI or VRARA so that we can dive deeper into some of these sessions. This is, I'm looking at putting programming together for 2026 and even the next couple of months. So we truly need your feedback so we know what events to create hour-long, day-long events around. And that's what this is. This is, 10 or 15-minute clips so you can learn, you can see and experience. I'm seeing great questions come up in the feed, great questions on how to create the programs and the curriculum and so on. We can dive deeper into that. So let us know. Please keep the chat going. And somebody after, that lives in my own world here, I, was in high tech and then Hollywood, and we're talking about creative intelligence. We're talking about the renaissance now with creativity and immersive storytelling. As a storyteller, I'm very happy to introduce Elisabetta Rotolo. Hi there. Thank you for being here. And I'm really looking forward to your presentation, as is everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. Hello, everyone. Sorry, maybe you won't see my presentation in full presentation mode. Sorry about that, but we had a few issues today. So let me just try to share it, okay? And tell me if you can see it, right? Can you see it? Yes?
Yes, we
right.
Yes, all good.
Fantastic. Okay, let's start. Okay, We are living in a new renaissance, not of canvas, a marble, but of code or data and imagination. Creative intelligence is really like the fusion of a human intuition and artificial cognition, more like a kind of partnership, reshaping how to, we tell stories and we create stories, perceive worlds, but also connect emotionally. I am Elisabeth Ratalo, and I am the CEO and founder of MIAT. I also serve as a director, creative, and executive producers for large immersive productions using all immersive and emerging technologies worldwide. Just a few words about who we are. MIAT stands for Multiverse Institute for Arts and Technologies, and we are an education and creative hub with over 12 years of interaction experience at global level. And we combine training, hands-on training, where we teach how to create contents and experiences with immersive and emerging technologies. We started GenAI courses to redefine the audiovisual pipeline for the creative artistic community and also corporations over 4 years ago. And we have also production studio, immersive production studio, where we conceive and produce immersive experiences for global brands, but also like our own productions. And these are two areas that are connected by deeper research. Well, actually, what is happening is that the development of immersive, when I say immersive, I think about like XR more, and emerging technologies, gaming experiences also, is intersecting with new attitudes, and especially of young generations who are also the driving force between these new languages and also immersive entertainment, but also edutainment experiences. They are not to be the first, as you may know. We also work for large broadcasters, so there's a little bit of a problem right now in this moment. They want to interact and actively participate to create experiences, so they are like a co-designed also by them. And most of them are already growing with AI photorealistic avatars, virtual companion. Actually, they needed to this leads us to understand that we needed to create a meaningful immersive experiences, the relevance of self-expression, and the need also to educate the entire ecosystem to embrace the potential of these new technologies and not to be scared of. I heard a colleague before saying that is a little bit scared about children. We also teach how to use responsibly GenAI and immersive contents with immersive technologies to children and also to teachers. But we can talk in another moment together. Well, actually, what we see every single day is that these old technologies together, immersive and emerging, are becoming the next computing platform. And they're now changing, and they're also acting as a co-pilot to sit along with, anyone who is interested in harnessing their innate creativity. We are in a new anthropological moment more than a technological one, even if it sounds a little bit weird, where we needed to create new languages and experiences. So, and then we have to attach the right technologies to achieve, what we wanted to achieve. We work daily, and we see really around the world the convergence of immersive and emerging technologies, creating a strong intersection between art and technology. Leading to what we started to call over 10 years ago story living, which includes immersive interpersonal interactive experiences. They are co-created, and also like GenAI in this way really helps a lot. And they involve artists, creators, like user-generated content, where you don't watch, of course, like a story, but you're part of a story. You can create, learn, and also teach using all these immersive technologies and GenAI, because they're really intersecting. What actually you can do for those out there who are not using GenAI, for instance, in the creative field, the core idea of transcending human limits by leveraging AI lies actually in how artificial intelligence expands human creativity, cognition, problem solving, and capacity behind what is naturally really possible. Boosting creativity, AI accelerates idea generations, breaking limits. You can do things that, of course, before you can just maybe imagine. And also, it helps you to create new expressions only if you have the capability if you become, this is what we teach, a creative director with the GenAI. Like GenAI doesn't do anything by it, he or like herself. So ethical innovation is becoming actually a must, because AI must enhance human creativity and, of course, not replacing it. When we started to talk about that over 4 years ago, people were looking at us in a very strange way. But now we understand that artificial intelligence will not replace human intelligence. It actually extends it, it amplifies, and then this is what we teach, and also this is the way I'll produce, and we work also with big corporations and artists and creators all over the world. These are just tools. If you see like right now on LinkedIn, you can see like, people all over the world posting and talking about GenAI tools. But actually, GenAI is transforming the creative industry. These tools are not just tools for themselves, but they are, creating new languages. And actually, like any language, they can express, poetry, emotion, and truth. Again, only if you are capable to use them very well, and you can create an artistic piece. You can create, or you can teach only if you're capable to teach, if you're capable to create, or if you are an artist. So you put your knowledge, your capabilities inside, and you work with GenAI as a co-creator. We have been trained over 875 people from all over the world, just like last year, artists, creatives, C-levels, and actually what we are doing right now, even for corporations, is because we teach also like ethics a lot, data protection, copyrights, also to artists and creatives at international level, is how to work with the GenAI and how to teach, how to learn, and how to create a mindset that really works with GenAI. So actually we create and we build their creative process and how to embed GenAI in your daily work, whether you are creative or not. Just show you a brief video. I don't know if you can see it. I hope yes. Let me see. All right, so this is how we work with a big corporation like EssilorLuxottica, Sky, Rai, and many others all over the world. So we inject the human-centric approach with, which is really pivotal in this moment, to balance ethics with profitability. In the creator economy, that actually right now we have a great power. So we need to understand how to use all these new languages together. You can never use only one tool, but you need to really to create a mindset. Of course, local tools, if we want to talk about the tools, are safer. As I said, we teach also 8+ in schools. We teach teachers because you must understand how these new language works. It's not like a hype out there. It's going to evolve, and it evolves very fast. As an institute, we have a monitoring system which is daily, and we can see very, very, very fast movement in this field. And always with ethics, data protection, copyrights. This is what we teach, and this is what we really embed everything we do in terms of academy, also productions. And we work with our lawyer extensively connected in Europe with AI Act. So actually what we do, we redefine processes. This is just a very simple process that we use, for instance, for creative production, creative audiovisual productions, for we redefine and we design the process, and then we inject in each step of the process a GenAI. Of course, you have to choose whether you want to use GenAI or not. And this is another important concept, which is for me, is kind of a basic concept, but out there it seems that is not, particularly for corporations who want to follow the hype in this moment and just use GenAI for everything. What's happening is actually...
Elisabetta, to keep us on track, we do need to jump in. Again, we really would love to have longer sessions with you. We'd love to have longer sessions with people that are already asking in the feed for more information. And so we'd love to give you more time, but we can't do that right now since we have people waiting and they're queued up.
I'm sorry, because I had 15 minutes.
I apologize. I thought we had 11:55.
No, I had 15 minutes. But no worry. I mean, if you want to stop. But I had 15 minutes in the agenda you sent.
My apology. We are supposed to be starting with the next person at this time. I'm sorry. We'll make it up to you.
Okay.
We'll get you on stage. And
All
everybody,
right.
this is extremely interesting. I personally would like to know. I'm a storyteller as well. So thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I do want to, how Elizabeth has amazing technology, learning classes, lessons. There's a lot to learn there, but I do want to make sure we have this extremely cool presentation that's about to come on with Bruce. He is going to be talking about, VR as a tool to study the adoption of future technology, flying cars. It's 2025. From Back to the Future, we were supposed to have flying cars in 2015. So let's see what it really looks like when you can test it and use it. And Bruce, please take it away.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you at the beginning there, but I'll just go ahead and launch in. I'm interested in studying the adoption of futuristic technologies. And I always start by acknowledging the many students who are really the brickwork of our lab. Our lab at Georgia Tech. About me, I'm a professor, a researcher, educator, entrepreneur. But moving right along, our lab is an interdisciplinary effort between psychologists and technologists, and that really gets us to understand this intersection of people and computing, people, and the future of technology. We leverage VRlandia, which is a shared space with lots of gear, and mostly it's a community of researchers at Georgia Tech. But let's just jump into what we're talking about here. When we're trying to talk about the adoption of technology, there's been lots of theory, and you have the technology acceptance model from the 1980s, and many versions and variations and improvements since then. It mostly focuses on the perception of value, utility, right, and the perception of usability. So what are the things that are good and useful about this, and how much of a hassle is it to use it? Some people think of this as a cost benefit calculation, but in general, it's all about the technology. What's it going to do for me, and how easy is it to use? That's typical technology, but what about futuristic technology? It turns out that there's an interesting class of new things coming around the corner that people have heard of, and we treat those technologies differently. We interact with them, we think about them, we just make decisions about them in a way that's somewhat different from how we deal with traditional technologies. We've recently been building this new model of the acceptance of futuristic technologies. And sure, it includes this perceived value or utility, what's the good of this thing, but it also really considers perceived risks, all of the kinds of risks you'd think about. What's it going to cost? Is it going to work? Is it going to crash? Am I going to look like a nerd when I use this thing? Is it going to be a time suck? Is it ethical, right? There's lots of different things that people put into the calculus that are not just about the technology, but they're also about me and about how I might be perceived, or how is this something that I care about? And a lot of the emotional components are part of this as well. So what can flying cars tell us about this future technology? Well, you might think, what are we talking about? Well, we're interested in studying future technology and the acceptance of it, and flying cars happens to be that kind of futuristic technology. In order to get people to adopt these things, they have to accept them. We have this model of acceptance of futuristic technology. So can we jump in and use this to study futuristic technologies in general? One of the things that we have determined is that we have to give people an opportunity to explore. The kinds of problems that people have with futuristic technologies is lack of understanding of what exactly it is. How can they make these calculations about the risks of cost, a reputation, or ethics if they don't know what it is? So we're using VR as a way to give people more familiarity and let them make that calculus on their own. So we build flying car model and put it into a simulation. This is a low res version. We have high res versions, of course. And then we can have people see the car flying around in the town, but we can also have them sit in it as a passenger, as a driver, as a passenger with a driver, as a passenger with an avatar or no driver. They can see it when it's driving. They can see it interacting in the air when it's flying. They can, look out the window and really get a feel for it. People ask us questions as they explore this, and they say, well, but where's it going to go? This is only for interurban hops, right? We think, well, maybe we can do this inside the city and fly around the town. In order to do that, you have to kind of show people that this could be integrated into their city. Can we have a place where you can take off and land inside the town, inside the city, right, with the skyscrapers around you? And once they've seen this working, then a lot of their issues go away. So what can flying cars tell us about future tech? Turns out that, of course, acceptance requires adoption, or acceptance leads to adoption. We can use the VR tools to give people a sense of the actual value. We can give them an opportunity to make a better estimate of these risks, these perceived risks, financial, performance, social, ethical, privacy, security, safety, all of those things, because they can experience it. They can sit in it, they can drive it, they can fly it, all of those aspects. There's these interesting phenomena that we can learn about, like temporal discounting. It turns out that if things are far away in the future, we tend to reduce our estimates of risk. So if it's going to be next year, that might be a little risky. But if we say, would you use a flying car in 25 years? Oh, sure, why not? I'm sure by that time they'll have figured it all out. And we can manage and manipulate all of that in our research using the VR tools as a result. Also, we see that there are the emotional aspects. People get into the flying car and they're like, oh, I'm a little nervous about this. Then they experience it and they're like, oh, well, that wasn't so bad. So again, we can help them alleviate or manage their emotional perceived risks by giving them this virtual experience. So how do we drive futuristic technologies? Well, we show people the potential users, show the utility to those potential users, and demonstrate that it's going to be a safer, faster, and integrated kind of situation. We help people manage their perceived risks by giving them lots of examples and lots of familiarity. So above all, don't forget to value and take into consideration the emotional side of things. In summary, for us, VR and AR really supports our research and helps us understand that we need to consider the entire ecosystem as we design any kind of futuristic technology, and helps us demonstrate value and manage perceived risks. Of course, we're always going to evaluate both performance, preference, and affect or emotion in what I like to call enjoyneering. It's obviously a blend of enjoyment and engineering to make sure people are doing good science, doing good design, and move this futuristic technology into the mainstream. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Kept it very concise, amazing. We truly appreciate it. And let's see, are there any questions, Dallas, that you'd like to ask that are coming in the comment feed?
No, because I know this is a bit of an amuse-bouche.
I'm not hearing Dallas, unfortunately.
Oh, am I back now? You should be able to hear me now, Bruce. Mari, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yes.
Okay, I just want to say I love that phrase, enjoyneering. That's great. That's a big takeaway, and I think all of us could actually kind of use that as a mantra in our world. So thank you, Bruce, so much.
You're going to have to translate for me.
All right, no worries. Thank you, Bruce, for all your help with that. And Mari, I know we've got a panel coming up, and we're going to bring Carlos on to introduce them.
Fantastic.
Hello, can you hear me again? Hello.
Yes, yes, you're here, Carlos.
Okay. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Amy Peck and Elizabeth Baron. It's a really a very, very extraordinary panel. So let's say that this is why we talk about the future of learning. It's essential that we hear their voices that invite us to imagine a future where technology, creativity, and humanity interview in perfect harmony. Today, they will guide us through the inspiring conversation titled Digital Twins and AI, a powerful force for the education. They will show us artificial intelligence and digital twins enable us to face challenges once through unimaginable, and how through experience and evidences we can embrace advanced technologies with confidence and success. Without further delay, please join me and welcome my dear friends, which I love the best, Amy and Elizabeth. Thank you, and very welcome.
Thank you, Carlos. Elizabeth, I'm on here with you for just a moment because we do not see Amy in the backstage area. So how good of a tap dance can you do?
I can do pretty well.
Awesome. Then I'm going to go ahead and let you just take it away. If you need me to be here as an ear to bounce off of, I'm totally fine with that. But
that sounds great. Yeah, no worries at all. Okay, hi everybody. I appreciate the introduction, Carlos. I'm very passionate about both digital twins and AI. Exciting times ahead. So I thought I'd start with a very quick definition. The National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine defined a digital twin as a set of virtual information constructs that mimic the structure, context, and behavior of a natural, engineered, or social system, or a system of systems. And the important thing is, and this is part of the definition, is that it's dynamically updated with data from a physical twin. It has predictive capability, so it's not a replica. It's not just a copy of something. It actually has a predictive capability that's based on that dynamic update, and therefore it informs decisions that realize value. So that's like the definition of digital twin. And when you combine that with the power of AI, you get an intelligent digital twin. So that extends the capability of the twin by integrating AI and machine learning so that now you can model human physiology, disease progression, treatment, responses in a very dynamic way. So that is extremely exciting, thinking about combining all of those forces together. And of course, we're here at the VR AR Association, and so let's talk about immersion. And so when immersive capability is combined with those two, magic happens, in my opinion, because now all of those things I talked about are put in a personal context that somebody can relate to. And that personal context can be shared amongst a collaborative team. And in healthcare professions, education, the collaboration part is what's so unique and special about all of these technologies coming together. And so when that happens, you get a personal presence in this world that allows the art of the possible or impossible. And so you can alter reality by adding digital elements to the physical world. And that's what's really exciting about the kind of the back and forth with training and education in healthcare professions. And so the way that can manifest is really about providing something that's not only in context, but personalized and adaptive learning. And so Amy was going to talk about that. So I'm going to do my best to talk about the adaptive learning aspect of it. And so what can happen in these worlds is that the student is learning and they're being judged and proctored so that they can understand, the system can understand how they're learning, and then provide feedback to the learner to increase the takeaways that the learner is understanding. And so what that means is that you can create experiences that are really powerful, and that students will want to come back and learn more, and they retain the information that's given to them, and it becomes part of their progression going forward. And what that means is, I think Monica Arez said at the end of her talk, is that it's really teaching how people are meant to learn. And so adaptive AI allows us to do that. And so those are the main concepts of the digital twin capability for immersive learning. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about what can be get garnered from this information. And so I talked about interprofessional education. And that's what's really important, and what's really great about doing immersive learning is the collaborations between specialties. It brings people out of the silos of the area of specialty that they're learning in, and it allows them to understand and relate to other professionals who are contributing to the care of a patient. And for students, what that does is it gives them an intrinsic understanding of how they can collaborate and understand perspectives that aren't in their like native habitat, so to speak. And so the way that manifests is that all of the people that are like in a surgical theater, and they all have a role in providing some aspect of care during a surgery. One person can understand to another person how they relate to each other, and that is extremely powerful. And when you add AI into that, if an area of training provides a realization that a student isn't performing in a way that somebody else expects, we can train models that will actually continue on that progression to allow the student to learn from their mistake of, like, they forgot something, or they needed some other professional needed more information, or they needed something at that time that they didn't get. And in a immersive environment, it's very low risk, right? Because you can train, you can make mistakes, you can train, you can make mistakes, and then you can learn and learn and learn, and then it becomes second nature. And so I wanted to talk about the applications for interprofessional medical education. So there's, of course, surgical training using AI powered immersive simulations for complex procedures, emergency medicine. What happens if a certain condition arises and there's things are not going according to plan? And at UNMC IXL, a lot of the training that is done is really about providing information that isn't necessarily going according to plan. So you'll get some type of situation that comes up, and somebody will have to react. And those situations, of course, can be done in a way that is very safe, like I just talked about, and it can form that muscle memory that that students can learn from. There's also some experiential assessments through understanding how people work, capturing data and analyzing it, so that if students are progressing in a way that is needs attention, if they keep making the same mistake, so to speak, they can come through the next time and the next time and the next time, and really get that muscle memory and learn things, and have the analytics help the instructors know where to focus in the future. And this also allows, the analytics also allows for diverse patient profiles and medical conditions to be studied in a way that can change those conditions on the fly, just depending on how a student is learning. And so I wanted to next talk about the value of digital twins, immersive, and Gen AI for medical simulation. So the whole idea is to improve human performance and effectiveness in healthcare, and that is the goal and the driving force for UNMC IXL, which is fantastic. The way it's brought about is through immersive learning and through simulation, using instrumented mannequins, and providing those surprise features where somebody can understand a certain pathway and then be surprised by what's happening in a learning situation and then adapt. And then, so the idea is to reduce medical errors and improve patient safety through the education and training using Gen AI, XR, and digital twins. And also using Gen AI powered virtual patients or virtual healthcare professionals to engage in a more natural and context-aware conversations and really have like a back and forth. And then also expanding collaboration using immersive technologies, and then that intelligent interaction for digital twins really helps with that interprofessional education. Okay, so I think I have talked a lot, and I hope it was interesting, and I really—
That was awesome.
I was
Elizabeth, you
dialogue.
amazingly. We totally missed out on Amy. We did get the note that that Amy was actually caught traveling. So
Oh no!
Next time we'll have her digital twin show up.
That's right. That's right. Well, thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it. I did miss Amy and the back and forth, but next time.
Next time, let's see if we can put something together, and we'll give it a longer session.
Yeah, sounds good.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you,
Elizabeth. So really quickly here, we're gonna, Mari, I know you're gonna bring on our next panel and panelist moderator. Just really quickly, if you guys are joining us on LinkedIn, if you are seeing stuff, keep those comments going, keep those questions going. Everything that you're saying and everything that you're asking allows us to know where the interest lies for longer sessions in more education summits. So thank you for that, Mari. I will go ahead and let you bring on our next moderator, though.
Great. All right. So actually, real quick, I'm just going to bring this to the stage real fast. We have a lot of people today, and I know this looks like a, the old speed dating. Let's see what's happening for 8 or 10 minutes. But the goal is to find out, where should we deep dive? Everybody here is interesting. Everybody here is bringing value to the market and to education. So we'd like to see where you'd like us to dive in over the programs of the next 12 months. So let us know in the chat. Let me know on LinkedIn, etc. And of course, if you're ready for the future, you're going to love this next person, which is, our leader in Atlanta, Georgia. He's a chapter president there, actually. So Adam is also co-chair of the Verara Generative AI Committee. So Adam, thank you for being here. I'm going to let you take it away, and we'll bring in your panelists so you can chat. Thanks.
Likewise. Thank you, Mari, for the warm introduction. As Mari mentioned, my name is Adam Corneth. I am Atlanta chapter president and global Gen AI co-chair for the VRARA. And we do quite a bit of collaboration with the Applied AI Association as well. I am really excited to share our panel here in just a moment. But before I do, we have been focused at the intersection of academia and enterprise and building out the Atlanta ecosystem for a really long time. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce an esteemed panel from Georgia Tech. And I'm just going to go through names, and I'm happy to pass it off from there. But excited to introduce Dr. Bruce Walker, Dr. Birgit Hoffler, Prithiv Prem Kumar, Ethan Kimmel and Ryan Clark, a mix of both professors and student leaders from Georgia Tech. So with that, I'll pause for just a moment if you all would like to say a quick piece about yourselves, starting with Dr. Walker. And from there, I've got a few questions and I look forward to the conversation. Dr. Walker, can you hear me all right?
Bruce, I think you're up. Can you hear us?
That's okay. It seems like we might have some audio challenges, which is just par for the course in live events. But happy to dive in. I'll share that Ryan Clark and Ethan Kimmel.
Sorry, I can't hear anyone, so I'm not sure if you queued me in or whatever. I can see all your faces, but I'm like, so I can only hear myself. But maybe someone else can go ahead. Maybe Birgit can hop in and take the lead.
Bruce, look at the chat. I'm going to try to help you diagnose over there, okay?
That sounds great. Yeah, Dr. Hoffler, please.
Yeah, hi. Well, these guys troubleshoot. I'm happy to introduce myself. Thank you for having me. I'm Birgit Peña-Häufler. I'm a researcher from both the Technical University in Berlin, and I'm currently at Georgia Tech working on a research project exploring how virtual reality can be used to open up the black box of creativity, to observe and understand how people generate ideas for products, services, processes, and solve complex problems in real time. Coming from an innovation management background, I'm especially interested in what this means for education and how immersive environments can be designed to cultivate and enhance creative thinking and innovation skills that students will undoubtedly need in the future workplace. So I'm very happy to be here and very excited for this conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Hoffler. I'll pass it off to Ryan Clark, one of our student leaders for GTXR, if you want to introduce your part of the student representatives on our panel.
Yeah, my name is Ryan Clark. I'm a neuroscience student at Georgia Tech. I'm also co-president of the Georgia Tech XR Club along with Ethan Kimmel. And I'm doing research in Dr. Walker's lab using data from XR devices, specifically the motion data. It's very interesting data you can collect. We can authenticate people just based on your movements. We can do things like diagnose and evaluate Parkinson's disease just based on simple games you play in the headset. So some really interesting things you can do with these devices that I don't think a lot of people understand you can do. So I do that with Prithvi Premkumar. He's my research partner there.
Awesome. Ethan, did you want to share just a little bit about yourself too before we dive in?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Ethan. I'm a third-year computer engineering student here at Georgia Tech. I'm the other co-president of GTXR. And I'm currently researching in Thad Starner's lab on the positioning of, not just positioning, but all sorts of head-worn display research. Actually, the research was used to help position the display on the Meta Ray-Ban displays. I think Parth Arora, he made a post about that a little while ago if you want to read a little more on that. But yeah, really happy to be here.
Thanks, Ethan. Dr. Walker, if you want to share, I realize that not everyone probably was able to join for your earlier session, but if you want to share just a quick piece about yourself before we dive into a few questions, we'd love that.
Yeah, sorry about the technical glitch. Hopefully you can hear me now. I'm a professor at Georgia Tech with a joint appointment in psychology and computer science. That makes me a little bit country and a little bit rock and roll. I like to put people and technology together and assemble interdisciplinary teams to work on really cool projects. And a lot of the time it involves multimedia, multimodal, and more recently, a lot of VR.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, with that, let's go ahead and dive in. Georgia Tech's long been known for bridging the gap between theory, strategy, and application. And feel free to dive in, whoever wants to take this first. How do you see XR and AI research here in Atlanta, but also in the larger global ecosystem, moving from the lab to real world deployment?
Well, I'll jump in and just say that here at Georgia Tech, we're doing two things that are really necessary. One is using VR and AR technologies in our research, and the other is that we are studying AR and VR technologies to make them better. And the blend of that is kind of an important piece. And so some of our projects are informing research and some are helping the the development of new products and making it easier to get them into the market.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. Completely agree. And if anyone has anything else to add, please do. Otherwise, I'm happy to keep going through our questions here.
I might have just a very small point there, that we're not only using XR and VR in our research and studying XR and VR, but we're also, and I'm thinking about my project in particular, studying how these technologies can be used in all kinds of use cases, education, training, and so on and so forth, but also as we are now exploring with Professor Walker, as a space of work to stimulate specific work behaviors, which is also something that will hopefully drive the adoption and the development of this technology further in the future.
Excellent, thank you. Let's go ahead and get one from the student perspective for a moment. I think this would be really helpful, just bridging the different enterprise academia, but also what the future talent pipeline looks like. I'll go ahead and direct this one to Ryan, Ethan, and Prithiv. What unique role do you see Georgia Tech playing in the broader Atlanta and Southeast ecosystem for emerging tech?
I mean, in my opinion, it's the only game in town. Like, it's just this amazing place of amazing people, amazing resources for students. It's like, if you want to be in technology, this is the place to be in a very large radius. At least that's how I see it.
I also think at Georgia Tech, we have talent from all different sides of virtual reality. I mean, it's such a multifaceted and multidisciplinary field. So I think that we, from AI to the VR hardware, we have mechanical engineers working on it, and we have, software people. So I think that's another thing that's super special about Georgia Tech when it comes to, VR and the talent pipeline.
Going off of what Ethan said, on one side, you could have projects that are creating new forms of haptics, and on the hardware side, and on the other side, it could be projects that are using just primarily AI on pre-existing devices to create surprising results. And then others focus on the actual, how users are interacting. So because all of these different perspectives are being shared, I think it makes it a really unique place to definitely transform XR.
Well said. And I'm admittedly a bit biased, having focused on ecosystem strategy and growth for a number of years now. But I think it was a bit more evident pre-COVID, the extent of the ecosystem and all the different players in it here. And I feel like a lot of overall industry visibility is still coming back after that. But I mean, there's so many incredible things happening in Atlanta, the Southeast, and beyond. I mean, as I think probably most, if not all, of our attendees know today, Georgia Tech is one of, if not the premier educational institutions globally. So tons of incredible things going on here. Being sensitive to time, and before I move on, Dr. Hoffler, Dr. Walker, is there anything you'd want to add there?
Well, I think we go from apples to zippers in the ecosystem, from crazy ideas that end up as products to research that informs other research. The entire ecosystem is supported, and evidence, proof, de-risking, all of it is really in our DNA.
Well said. Awesome. Well, yeah, let's go ahead and jump ahead a little bit. As emerging technologies evolve rapidly, how do you see Georgia Tech preparing the next generation of talent, both technical and non-technical, to lead XR and AI in the future? And definitely interested in both the professor and student perspective here.
Yeah, personally, there's just so many amazing programs. Like, first, just like working in a lab, seeing how the scientific process is done, how you go from idea to study, all the way to oh wow, this is a working product that we can, shop around to people and deploy. The mentorship. There's an amazing program called Startup Launch. If you have an idea, they don't give you just funding, but mentorship and expertise in how to turn these ideas into companies. So it's just so many incredible resources here.
And if I might offer the perspective that this kind of international experience has given me, Georgia Tech does a great job of offering this really active and very fruitful partnership between researchers and students that offers us the opportunity as researchers to observe and revisit both the learning processes and the theoretical assumptions that we operate in to rapidly inform practice, which is something that is very, very unique to Georgia Tech and to the Atlanta context. So in that sense, I feel like Georgia Tech plays a unique role in really forming up this future professionals that will be uniquely qualified for the future workspace.
And I'll just add that we have this breadth of perspective, and all of our students learn all of the nerdery, all of the technology, all of the computing, but they also are people. They learn about users and psychology and design along the way. So Red Bull might give you wings, but Georgia Tech gives you rocket fuel.
Well said. Thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and merge our last question together, and we might only have time for a couple more brief answers, but in closing, a two-part question. What future trends in XR, AI, and emerging tech excite you most? And where do you think academia has the greatest opportunity to lead? Also, if you could make one ask of enterprise leaders and one of academic leaders to accelerate innovation, what would those be?
I think I can chime in on this one. So an interesting trend in the XR and AI space is sort of like the two directions that the devices are evolving, right? So this is sort of like from minimalist up with these smart glasses, and then stuff like the Apple Vision Pro and the Google XR device going from sort of the mixed reality approach and sort of trying to miniaturize. And I think academia has sort of a unique role in being able to study as a third party without any bias, what people are preferring more, and how these devices can affect just social atmosphere and all sorts of stuff like that. And I think that companies and enterprise should really do their best to work with academia to make sure that their approach is careful and also is what people actually want.
Mm-hmm. Completely agree. Does anyone else have anything they want to add before we wrap up here? I think we're getting close on time. No? All right. Well, Ethan, thank you. That was perfect in closing. And I realize that we're on a strict timeline here, but I want to thank everyone from Georgia Tech for joining and all of our attendees for being here today. Really excited about continuing to drive innovation in Atlanta and beyond.
Awesome. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all to the panelists. This is great. We're going to keep the train going here. Keep rolling out. Mari, are you with me? Yes, you are. Perfect.
I'm here. Thank you, everybody. That was fantastic.
Go ahead and make the intros for our next team that is coming in.
Fantastic. Thanks. So we got a lot of people coming through today. Again, please keep the comments coming. Where do we want to deep dive? That was extremely interesting. And this is going to be just along the same lines with the interest level high. So we've got Roberta, who's a doctoral researcher in marketing and educational research using XR especially, and Anna joining her. Thank you, from Warp VR. So I'll actually just hand it over to you. I know there's a presentation here and discussion as well. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Okay, Roberta, I will leave it up to you to share the slides. Thank you, everyone, also for the invite. It's great to be here, as always. I'm Anna from Warp VR. I'll be giving a very short introduction before handing the floor over to Roberta from Maastricht University. So basically, Warp VR is a no-code platform that lets anyone create, share, and measure their own VR trainings, let's say in the easiest way possible. If we go over to the next slide, Roberta, so we can show that it's a solution that provides both platform and tools that can be applied across many industries rather than being limited to only one specific sector. So that being said, we work very often with a variety of educational clients. The trainings that are created with our product are an intersection of storytelling, gamification, and immersive technology. Each has its unique benefits, but when we put them together in these trainings, you get an immersive, story-based, but then also engaging learning, which gets the best results, as we've seen in trainees. One of the best parts about the tool is that our clients use 360 videos through storyboarding. So this allows creators like Roberta in this case to plan out their learning pathways in a clear and concise way without actually needing to sacrifice complexity, which is needed, of course, for good experiments. So without further ado, Roberta, I hope this was a good introduction. You've done some fascinating research on using VR in learning, and I'm giving the floor to you.
Roberta, we have lost your audio. We're not hearing you at this moment. Can you double check that for me, please? Nope, still not hearing you. Anna, if you don't mind, I'm going to have you keep talking until Roberta figures this out. Oh, there we go. Roberta?
I'm back.
You're there. All right. Perfect.
Sorry for that. And I was saying hello, everybody. Also from my side, my name is Roberta Di Palma. I'm a PhD candidate at Maastricht University. And I'm also the co-founder of our Digital Experience Lab, where we explore anything to do with XR, both in the educational training as well as professional training context. Today, I would like to showcase a research that I'm currently conducting with Warp VR platform on the use of XR for training service employees' service recovery skills and the role that perspective taking might have in this. And the goal of my presentation is to offer a fresh perspective, yes, pun intended, on how designers might want to optimize the design of training platforms depending on the type of skill that you're trying to train. So to offer a little bit of background on our research context, what is service recovery? Well, I'm sure you've all encountered before by being clients that a service has failed to produce or provide the adequate service that you expected. On the flip side, you might also be an employee who has been confronted with an angry customer who is upset about the service that they've received. Well, it's exactly this that I'm studying, the ability of the employee to recover this negative moment that the client has had by turning what the service failure could have turned into opportunities to restore the customer satisfaction. However, when it comes to service recovery, the training of it is really complex. And that is because, first of all, we are dealing with high tense situations. We are talking about complex interpersonal skills required from a frontline employee's perspective. Second of all, there are no standardized training methods that have been empirically proven to be the most effective. And third of all, practicing with the client or living the lived experience to practice and learn the service recovery skill is risky because you might lose a client in the meantime. So the aim of my research is to understand if virtual reality could be a good tool to train frontline employees' service recovery skills more effectively than how it's currently done, which is generally through desktop training or observing videos online. And my second question is, if so, why does VR work better than desktop training? To give a little background on why VR might be an interesting tool in this case, we need to see how service recovery skills are currently trained. And this is done by observations, videos that are usually in what we call third-person perspective, like what we can see here on the image on the screen. And rarely this is done via role-playing, because this is very costly and requires to get actors, and it's very resource and time-consuming. Most importantly, however, all of these different methods fail at enabling what we call transfer, or applying the skills learned during the training in the real-life practice. Therefore, given my background in educational training research through VR, I considered virtual reality as a potential tool that could be used to train these service recovery skills. We know from research that VR training is super effective when it comes to enabling what we call transfer. And this is because you're able to practice in safe yet realistic environments. But most importantly, we have the ability to take multiple perspectives. Now, why does perspective matter? Well, I believe we all know that the common assumption is that in virtual reality, the first person perspective, thanks to its increased immersion and the ability to enact and embody the actual person you're training to be, is often best. However, does this hold also for very complex interpersonal skills like service recovery, where training something like that in first person would require you to be confronted with the employee screaming at you, being angry at you immediately, even when you're not a professional service recovery frontline employee yet. We base our research, or we ground our research in resource conservation theory, which might suggest that first person for these kinds of skills is not optimal. And that is because the situation in itself is already a very high cognitive load, because you're managing stress, making decisions, acting all at the same time. Therefore, third person perspective, or the ability to observe the interaction rather than embodying it, might free some of these cognitive resources in order to actually get the transfer and learning required for complex service skills. And this is where Warp VR came in as a tool that allowed me to actually conduct the research that I wanted, thanks to what Anna described earlier as its easy to use storyboarding and storytelling capabilities, which through the filming of videos myself and the uploading through their system, I was able to create full training environments easily. And this allowed for me to create reliable trainings that were also ecologically valid from a research perspective. So to give you a practical example, this is how it looks like. I was able to film my trainings in both the first person perspective, where the employee embodies actually the frontline employee and is talking directly to the client who is in distress, versus the third perspective, where I was able to film the employee and the client interacting directly, allowing the trainee to serve as a bystander perspective instead. Thanks to Warp, I was also able to add these training elements where in both cases, the trainee was able to select and learn the same exact elements of the service recovery protocol that we were using in that instance. Through a series of studies, I was able to, first of all, in my first study, the goal was to understand whether virtual reality is definitely, or actually, as I anticipated, a better tool to train service recovery skills than traditional methods like desktop training. And here I had a design where I compared virtual reality with desktop training. And we do indeed see that VR has a net advantage for training transfer compared to desktop. So that was step number one. In my second study, now I add the element of perspective taking. So I do a 2x2 design in which I expand the original design by also having 4 conditions. So desktop in third perspective, a desktop in first perspective, VR in first perspective, and VR in third perspective. I also want to understand if it is better, why is it better? So what are the mechanisms that enable trainees to feel more confident and empowered when it comes to their training and their training output? And I predict, thanks to the previously mentioned theory of core, that attentional engagement, or the ability to be fully engaged in the scenario, yet your resources being not fully depleted, that VR in third person would lead to the highest training transfer. And this is indeed what we find. To bring this all together and to conclude on what this might mean for educational designers or even professionals thinking to implement virtual reality as a tool within your companies. Well, I want you to first of all know that virtual reality and what we have studied now is a good tool, or seems to be a good tool, to train complex interpersonal skills like service recovery skills. However, I want you to consider when selecting what app to use that first person immersion is not always best, because sometimes that overburdens the learners, not enabling them to fully have the cognitive resources necessary to take the learnings from the VR environment and apply them into a real life scenario. And last but certainly not least, it's not only about immersion, it's also about learning. So just because we have these super amazing tools these days doesn't mean that we fully need to embark on them without actually doing research first on how to optimize its design. I hope this offered you a fresh perspective on VR training, and that it doesn't always have to be in first perspective. And I thank you so much for your attention, and welcome any questions or remarks.
Thank you as well.
This is wonderful. Thank you so much, Roberta, Anna. Thank you. Really appreciate it. That was really informative. Again, everybody, we're not necessarily taking questions live today, but we are seeing the chat blow up inside of LinkedIn. So that's amazing. Appreciate that. Roberta, Anna, I'm sure we're going to want a longer conversation, a longer education piece about this at some point. So thank you again for joining us. Mari, let's go ahead and keep it rolling. We know we got Carlos coming in here
Yeah. So thank you to both you, and thank you, Carlos, for coming on in. Carlos is going to talk about XR education through the 5 senses. So let's see what immersion does. We're talking about that all day here. So there you go, Carlos. Thank you for being here. And if you could, turn on your video so we can see you.
Yeah, the video is on. Can you hear me? Can you see?
I can hear you.
But you cannot hear?
We can hear you, but we can't see you, but that's okay. If you want to turn your camera on, that'd be wonderful. If not, please keep rolling.
Oh, no, just a second. The camera was on, I think. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, you know me. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present. And then I have to say some words. Before I begin, I would like to take a moment to send my love and best wishes to my dear friend and colleague, Amalia Araujo. Sadly, she cannot be with us today as she has spent a few days in the hospital. We are wishing her a full and speedy recovery. Amalia, if you are watching this, we are sending you a big hug. So we are going to talk today. We are going to share with you a beautiful and magical journey. So I would love to share a story that has changed my life over the past years. So I will start it after the launch of a previous project called Music with 5 Senses. It was a VR experience built around the music of Tchaikovsky, Mozart, and Rossini. And for the past 5 years, it has been traveling across the schools, senior centers through Spain and Latin America, an immersive experience with 14 360K videos and ambisonic sound in a virtual scenario. More than 1 hour of 48 hours of recording in more than 30 live scenarios, palaces, castles. But one day I got a call from the innovation manager from the School of Music, Reina Sofia. They invited me to take a challenge. And they told me, will you be available to create an immersive experience around the Vivaldi Four Seasons featuring the brilliant violinist Ara Malikian? It was an exciting and demanding and deeply inspiring proposal. Within just 2 weeks, I had written the first draft of what we call it the immersive universe of Four Seasons. And in less than a month later, we were holding our first meeting with the School of Music, the Arab production team, and all the management and staff. So that's when the real journey began. So building the dream, coordinating the project was like conducting an orchestra and his own, bringing together musicians, recording teams, stage designers, script writers, and dozens of different schedules from a creative point of view. And one of the most complex things was put it all together and to define what we want to do and how we want to present to the audience. We need to decode the Vivaldi or the original narrative, merge with our unique interpretation, and shape an experience that could reach audiences of all ages, but especially young students. We imagine a world of beauty and magic, where music flows gently through nature, where soundscapes and colors awaken 5 senses, and where the melodies transport both mind and soul beyond the ordinary. So we have to design a workflow, and this was a very, very complex topic. Was another huge challenge, recording, narration, editing, testing, all integrated seamlessly. We worked with a powerful new hardware, 8K cameras, 360 cameras, ambisonic microphones, high-speed drives, high-performance graphics cards, everything we need to capture every detail and sound and image. Once the workflow was ready, we developed the immersive narrative. So it was something that has to be shared to the audience just in a headset, without any connection to computer, Wi-Fi, just to make it happen to all the people around the world. Once the workflow was ready, we started to create the very first AI prototypes. At the same time, the musicians rehearsed and recorded testing placement for instruments, microphones, and cameras. We need to understand how the vibration and the integration between the different musicians were interconnected, and in the way that we have to put all the string orchestra around the microphones and around the cameras. We spent 4 intense days, 2 of rehearsals and 2 for live concerts, both with audience and without. Because when you record with audience, you capture the energy, the magic, and the emotion. And when you record without to get precise sound, for those days we were full of emotion, laughter, nerves, and magic. It was the birth of something truly special. After the recordings, the production team started to process a massive amount of data. We have a lot of terabytes of 8K videos, a lot of terabytes of sounds, so a lot of material that has to be produced, and without losing the magic of the real concert. Our goal was to make it run smoothly on a standalone VR headset without losing quality, no cables, no computers, no Wi-Fi, just pure flexible immersion to guarantee full accessibility, everyone, everywhere. Meanwhile, the design team worked on an art direction, crafting nature scenes, virtual elements, interactive details, and reflecting the era artistic vision. Finally, we created 4 immersive portals, and it was one of the first, let's say, moments where we started to feel what we are going to develop. Meanwhile, also we perform a hybrid concert, just based on the previous images in the previous videos that we already recorded. We tested this experience with real people, with the students from different schools, with the parents, and with the teachers in a live theater. And the experience was pretty amazing. So we said, okay, now it's time to finalize the complete environment. So the stuff was really complex. We have been working more than 50 people from all around the world, between musicians, 4D creators, our developers, Chaos and Christie, where they were doing an incredible production stuff. Also, Andy Fidel in the design concept, our technician projects and technicians environment. So the thing is that when you see at the end, what we were doing is that we create magic. And this magic is the thing that you are going to see. The number of schools and the number of experiences and the number of festivals that we have moved is really incredible. So, okay, the project was already done. We developed everything. We put everything together in the headset. We have a lot of support from the people of Pico just to perform the creativity, the powerful of all these experiences, and they came out the rollout. So we were working with Pico Enterprise for headsets and the Cleanbox hygiene kits. And the thing is that we put all this in a flight cases just to roll up around the different schools around Spain. What was the result? Well, this was the part that Amalia wants to explain, but we have been working together on that. So I can tell you this is the experience. So you enter inside a magical world where you have 4 portals, and then you have different games where you can interact with the nature, the music, you can play the instruments, the violin, the viola, the cello, and you can interact with the 4D avatar of Ara Malikian. This is really pure magic. You can see here some screens and the facts and figures. Okay, this was a project that initially was planned to be developed in 12 months. We have spent more than 12 extra months, more than 50 professionals, more than 10,000 hours, more than 10 virtual locations, 3 live concerts, 2 hybrid concerts. So a lot of stuff. Let's say the first experience was released in 10 schools with more than 50,000 students. So the results are pretty amazing. We have been testing based on evidences, and we have been working with the most innovative technologies, integrating AI 4D volumetric capture, 6D OF devices, immersive world, 3D interactive games, and the interaction with the nature. So the thing is that this has to be, let's say, approved by the musicians and the experts. And they said, well, this is something impressive. We never thought we were going to have something like this. And this is why we have been moving around the world with this experience. And this is a real life experience where you can check all these experiences. So we have a lot of statistics about the results with the students, the level of satisfaction between the students and teachers. So we have all the details, but I think the best is when you see the faces of the connection between the musicians, which are students in the High School of Music of Reina Sofia, and the students in the different schools are pretty amazing. So the results are one of the most award experience in the world. We have won the Polis Awards, the best experience, the best education experience, and the best edutainment. And here you can see the results. We used to record all the experiences when we go to the schools. We go to different events. We develop together with the School of Music Reina Sofia all the methodology for the master classes and the workshops, where we integrate everything together with the students. You can see everything here. And we can share the powerful of this experience and this journey. We have, sorry, I don't know, I have to finish because I'm working too much. So the thing is that we can evaluate the impact. We have made a lot of live events, hybrid events, and you can see people from all ages experiences with the immersive experience of Vivaldi. Another new, very incredible impact is the connection with the seniors and the technology. Sometimes we think that the seniors are not familiar with this, but I can tell you that the impact is so incredible that we have got a lot of incredible resources. So here are some pictures about the experience and pictures about Aram Malikian. Here is the main team. We have been working with Aram Malikian as main director, the School of Music Reina Sofia, Spatial Network, Causa Christi, Virtual Wise, AR Future for the 4D scanning, Pico and HP giving us all this support. So the thing is that if you want to test it, I will invite you to see the trailer. Or also you can check the virtual museum. I will share for all of you the virtual museum, and you can watch it just now. I can share the video, and then if you have time, you can watch it. Okay?
Wonderful. Thank you, Carlos.
Would you share that in the chat so that people can
Yes.
do that, or does it have to be live here?
I'm doing. Okay.
Yep, we've got the YouTube link. We will make sure that gets shared on the LinkedIn chat as well, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, I will do it right now.
Perfect. Thank you, Carlos. We so appreciate it. We love what you bring to the table here with the association. You're such an invaluable part of this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carlos.
A pleasure.
Absolutely. So, Mari, let's go ahead and keep it rolling. We got a lot of people here.
We do. So one at a time, two at a time sometimes. So we have Craig, who's actually one of my early hometowns, Northern Virginia, George Mason University. Craig, thank you so much for being here to talk about personalized XR learning experiences. Certainly the theme for the day. Would love to see your take on it and the examples that you have. Please take it away, and thanks.
Thank you. Welcome to my talk. This is Craig Yu from George Mason University and Great Victory Legend. I direct the DC XR Lab at George Mason University here in Virginia, which is very close to Washington, D.C. Our research focuses on personalized XR training, XR content creation, and XR remote assistance. I also run an XR company called Great Victory Legend, where we focus on XR training middleware development. We also create our original XR game titles, which can be found on the Meta App Store and Steam. Supported by the National Science Foundation, the heart of my research lies on creating generative models for XR training scenario synthesis. I've been doing it for more than 15 years. Essentially, we formulate training scenario design as a multi-objective optimization problem. Use levels and other factors you want to consider. We apply optimization algorithms to sample XR training scenarios from a solution space. The generated result refers to a personalized training scenario that satisfies all the training criteria, which can be readily deployed for XR training. Using this methodology, we generated a variety of XR training scenarios, including VR workflow training for a restaurant, multi-user VR fire evacuation training for a school environment. Here's an optimization. It's warning to distribute fires and other objects. The generated scene can also be used for network multi-user fire evacuation training across the globe. We also apply our optimization approach for VR wheelchair training scenario synthesis for rehabilitation. And the user can safely practice wheelchair locomotion in a generated virtual environment. Another example is VR driving training. In this case, we generated virtual cities with road traffic events to help drivers improve their driving habits. We also applied it for VR construction safety training synthesis. Here's a user inspects a generated virtual construction site for potential dangers as part of her training. And our optimization would also work for augmented reality. We applied it for generating location-based outdoor AR storytelling experiences, as you can see here. The generation here refers to an AR story deployed automatically by our optimizer in a real-world environment. And of course, you can apply our optimizer to adapt AR narratives to indoor environments based on a digital twin of the environment. Well, based on the results of more than 15 years of research, we created 2 pieces of Unity middleware that will allow developers like you to create cutting-edge XR training experiences without reinventing the wheel. The first middleware is called Optimizer, which allows developers to easily formulate XR training scenario synthesis as an optimization and automatically generate an infinite amount of scenarios. Our efficient implementation of optimization algorithms allows a scenario synthesis in seconds. It also comes with an intuitive UI for easy visualization of the optimization process, which is very useful for debugging. The second middleware is called Recorder, which allows seamless recording and replaying of XR sections for user performance evaluation and analysis, and also for realizing ghosting effects. All data, including human poses, gaze, audio, particle effects, animations, dynamically created objects, can be recorded. Both pieces of middleware are designed for Unity and support all XR platforms like MetaQuest, HoloLens, Vision Pro, Valve Index, Ultimate. Well, let me illustrate how it works. First, I will show a VR nurse education demo which trains a user on how to help a patient get off the bed. First, the user specifies the training parameters, like the dispersion of objects in the environment, the difficulty of the training tasks, etc. Then, our optimizer runs to synthesize virtual reality scenarios to satisfy the training goals specified by the user. Our optimizer, as you can see here, generates a scenario in a few seconds, and it can rewind to generate an infinite amount of such scenarios. After the synthesis, the user plays the synthesized scenario to perform the training. All the training steps and all the logic checking will apply in the synthesized scenario, no matter what the scenario is. All the XR data is captured by our recorder middleware, which can generate a score report automatically. And our recorder can also export the captured XR data for performance report generation and analysis by AI. Our recorder tool captures all the user actions, including voice and dynamic objects, for replay and performance review in virtual reality via ghost visualizations, as you can see here. And it also allows a teacher to record a tutorial for students to practice with and follow through in virtual reality. Our middleware can be similarly applied for other types of training scenario synthesis. So here I show a VR marksmanship training example. For example, we can generate an arena for VR marksmanship training. Here, different rooms are synthesized by the optimizer with different levels of complexity and training difficulty, with different number of rooms, obstacles, enemies to deal with, and wayfinding difficulties. The generated virtual reality training scene is fully playable. Here, a user walks through a synthesized VR training arena to rescue hostages, as you can see here. And the coach can also record a tutorial for a trainee to follow through. Here, a coach shows how to take down an enemy, and the trainee follows his action in virtual reality. We also apply our middleware for generating biking paths for virtual reality exergaming. In this case, we ensure that the generated biking path helps a user burn a target amount of calories. Here's a user biking through the generated experience in virtual reality. We are looking for commercial partners to bring such AI-driven bike gaming experience to the market. Want to take a break from training? Tried out our VR arcade shooting game, Battle of Nowhere, which can be found on Steam and Meta App Store. We have successfully deployed our middleware to power VR training apps for our clients, including a Fortune 100 company. We are located at Fairfax, Virginia, which is right next to Washington, D.C. Let us know if you want to see a live demo and explore collaborations. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Professor Craig. So appreciate that. Appreciate your time today. I feel like I'm drinking from the fire hose, Mari. We've talked education. We've talked now immersion. We've talked training like this, safety, security. We have talked flying cars. Oh my, there is so much going on. Professor Craig, thank you so much. Appreciate having you here today. And yes, we will make sure that your contact info is part of all of that in all of these things. So let's keep it going. Mari, who do we got next?
Great. We got Robbie, Rabinder Ratan. I feel like I've been circling you in your career. I was in Los Angeles. You were at USC. I went to San Francisco. You're at Stanford. I see you were at AT&T. I was at AT&T. And I think I'm a little older than you, but really amazing. And you're exploring human and AI interaction, gender stereotypes, gaming and virtual meetings, and we are really looking forward to this presentation. Thank you for
Thank you so much. I'm going to keep the fire hose going and try to go fast, get you guys back on track here. So I'll be talking about my experience teaching in VR for the last few years, and I hope to do a longer talk with the VR ARA in the near future. I am a full professor at Michigan State University, but I live in California. Indeed, the AT&T thing is my endowed chair, so that's not really a position with AT&T. It's more of a funded chair role that I take. And I'm also a visiting scholar in the Virtual Human Interaction Lab at Stanford University. And how do I do that? Well, I teach in VR. And so when I uploaded the slides, it's not going to skip the slides I tried to skip. Anyway, that's okay. I teach in VR. So I live in California. I teach my classes at MSU in VR. I've got 100 and some headsets in my lab at Michigan State University. My students borrow them. They usually return them. And we store them in lunch bags. And that's my pro tip right there. Save the $40 on the case. Just put them in a lunch bag and they're easier for students to carry, and they keep them safe. We talk about a variety of VR related topics in our class. This class is trended on TikTok. People are excited about the idea of teaching in VR. How do we do it effectively? We start and end in video, and we let students switch to flat screen when they're not feeling comfortable, when they experience simulator sickness. We usually use the platform Engage or VR Chat, which allows for that flat screen modality. Pedagogically, I want class to be very active, so we focus on large group discussions, and I have my students post on Slido, which is an interaction tool that allows them to respond to the reading in text, and then I put that up in a window within VR, and then I'll say, John, you said this, come on down, teleport yourself to the front, pull up a chair, and they can literally pull up the chair in the air, and that works pretty well for large group discussion, but I don't want it to only be that too didactic. So we also do a lot of small group discussion, debates where they create a scene or share a concept, use virtual objects to put together an argument that they can present then in the large group as we teleport around to their different areas. Logistical challenges abound indeed. It's VR. It's not easy for everyone to use. Onboarding is a major issue. Initial literacy takes some time, but the learning curve isn't too bad. Hopefully, most of you know this already, but beyond the novelty time, we can continue to maintain playfulness in the experience, and I think that leads to better learning. Accessibility, of course, is important and challenging here, but we let people switch to non-VR when they're not feeling well, so that's our solution there. Hybrid sucks, as you know, in virtual meetings, right? Audio is kind of unbalanced or asymmetrical, and there are ways to solve for this using non-skeuomorphic thinking, like going beyond 3D audio and thinking about who should hear whom, and we've built some environments to study the effects of that, and it does seem like a promising route. In the intangible threat, privacy, right? We know VR takes so much of our data, and students need to share that data in order to be able to move their hands in the world. So there's not much we can do about that, but we do need to use platforms that we trust. Students love my class in VR. They especially love it more than they would spending time in Zoom together. They're engaged. They associate the content with the concepts, the content with the context. Right, we're on a mountaintop, we're in a space station, we're underwater. And they're like, oh yeah, I remember talking about the idea of spatial presence or social presence when we were in this place. That sticks with them through to the end of the semester. They don't really multitask, right? They're not checking their email, they're not playing games because the world is the play. So I think they're learning more, they're engaged more, and that's what the research says. But it's harder to take notes. The learning curve is tough. Audio management is tough. So as I mentioned, it's not easy. My fundamental conclusion, though, is that with VR, you can teach anything, or at least many things, most subjects, by augmenting their sense of presence, spatial social self-presence. There's a lot of research on that. That's my field, actually, of research, and that would increase retention and enjoyment. But you really need to anticipate the challenges and choose the proper pedagogical approaches for this technology. And so to the end of figuring out how to navigate some of these challenges, I've done research in my classes, my students. This is a publication we just had in Computers in Education this year. So my students will fill out surveys after our class meetings, spending about 20 minutes 20 to 60, 70 minutes in VR. We were able to vary the times per class meeting and then look at how their sense of class enjoyment or perceived competence and social presence, etc., related to the time we spent in VR. And basically what we find is more time seems to be better for student outcomes, but there's a peak, and that's probably because fatigue increases the more time you spend in VR. Your screen shows that things are advancing. I hope you guys are seeing my slides because I'm seeing them move right along with me.
You're okay. You're good.
Okay,
We see
good.
them.
Cool. So the takeaway is that there's huge variance. Fatigue reduces the benefits of VR, but the peak on average is about 45 minutes. And you might think, okay, that's a rule of thumb. I won't spend more than 45 minutes in class with my students. No, that's wrong, because the variance goes, if you see in the bottom left there, those curves, we can calculate the individual curves. Some peak at 20 minutes, some peak at 70, 80, 180 minutes. Some students who spend a lot of time in VR are very comfortable in VR. So you have to let them switch to flat screen. That just has to be part of the accessibility approach as an instructor here. I'm going to skip over this research and this research and this research. Oh no, here we go. And talk a little bit about some initiatives. So if you want to get involved in my teaching and research in XR space, I run a conference called the Meaningful XR Conference. I started that at Stanford in 2024. We did UC Davis last year. We're doing Oregon at their kind of high-tech campus in Portland this coming year, probably San Diego next year. It's for, I think it's very resonant with the VR ARA community. Beyond Meat Space is the virtual world that we built in VR Chat, where we're developing research tools to examine like non-skeuomorphic design for hybrid audio. You can choose who's in the same room together, and then they're muted for each other, but you can hear everyone else. And last but not least, the Avatar Summer School is a nonprofit that I started where I'm hoping to teach classes about VR within VR to the world. I'm still working on some of the logistics of that, but if you're interested, hit me up on LinkedIn and I'm happy to chat, and I hope to do a longer talk for the VR ARA in the future. And I am done. And you're back on track, Ryan.
Wow.
The heat.
That's like a land speed record. I had a stopwatch there. So much information, so much amazing information. We would love to have you back. Thank you for that deep dive as a teaser. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
My pleasure. Yep.
So
See you later.
Thank you so much.
Wow. All right. Does everybody need to take a breath? Okay. So that is a 15 minute.
Here I thought it was my coffee, Mari.
No, not the coffee. Maybe it is as well, but I think this is pretty energetic too. So we actually are going to move straight in. We're actually right back on time. It's amazing. Yogini's here. Chris is here. Thank you both. Really appreciate you coming. Got the presentation I can see. Everything is wonderful. So not only extremely accomplished, not only, COO and CEO, but associated with universities, some of our best, and the book. So they co-authored the book. There is no box. It seeks to rewire traditional approaches to learning, which we're all interested in. So I do hand it over to you, not about the book necessarily, but I think you have a lot to share with us today. And thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, good. The slides look a little bit better now. Robbie, I think you have a job when commercials for pharmaceuticals at the end where they say, you may have all these side effects. Lots of opportunity for you.
That's hilarious.
Right? All right. So we're going to keep it going as well. I feel like everybody's trying to jam so much into a short time. And we are as well. Let's just do a quick introduction. My name is Chris Jansen. I'm the founder and CEO of Itstudia. We've actually created an entire campus in virtual reality. We tend to target adult learners, both higher ed and the corporate workplace, on business and soft skills, leadership skills. I am typically in New York City, and my partner in crime, Yogini, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good morning from California. I am Yogini Joglekar, the COO at Itstudia, and I also teach part-time at UC Berkeley Extension. So very eager to connect with local peeps, even though I know we can meet in VR anytime. But thank you for having us.
All right, cool. We can go to the next slide. So we started Itstudia almost 5 years ago, like officially. And along the way, we have had many client meetings, potential client meetings, both in corporate, higher ed, training companies, military, etc. And tell me if I am not wrong. All of us here are building these amazing products and experiences and software. And I always guarantee that all of us that are here within VR ARA as members are facing these challenges when trying to get people to buy into and adopt your technology. And so we've just seen this over and over again, and we've addressed that with workshops and things like that. But these situations are just there. This is taking a while. There's serious lag in tech adoption. We all know this. But a lot of this comes down to people's just, they don't know what they don't know. They don't know what they're missing. If they haven't been in a headset or experienced it themselves, there's just this limited understanding and a lot of fear that sets in, a lot of caution, and just that hesitancy of like, I'm going to sit back and wait and see, or I feel threatened by this technology. Oh, I'm so sorry. Our slides are a little chopped off here. I'm not sure what happened, but overall, there's this resistance to change. I always joke that 99.9% of the population is afraid of change. It is our job to help learning leaders. And I don't care if we're talking K-12 all the way K to gray, right? We've got to help them get on board. This is where people they're stuck, okay? And for learning leaders who are joining us from LinkedIn, this is, it's a comfort zone. And we've been teaching and training the same way for a long time. But this is creating a lot of problems as well, and not preparing our students for the jobs that are out there, for using the technology and learning with the technology. Yes, there are the transformers who are operating outside of the box, and kudos to them, but the majority are inside the box. So you can go to the next slide. So Yogini and I actually spent the last year and a half. We launched this book in June. And going back to that proverbial box, we want learning leaders, this is targeted totally to learning leaders, to realize that there is no box. Why are we putting ourselves into this safe zone, safe space, and staying with the same old, same old? We're really doing our students a disservice. So this is really written for you and for our potential customers. And I challenge those of you who are also creating these amazing tools to consider reading through this or sharing it with your potential clients that just aren't on board. The gist of the book is we're talking about what the crises are inside the box. Who are those transformers? We interviewed 15 people, both in higher ed, academe, tech leaders, authors, and what are they doing already? And a lot of you, I'm listening to you who are speaking today, you're those that are outside the box. How do we get people to understand, what if we took away these parameters? So we've got some, the way that we laid it out is really an action-oriented book. And we end up with concepts around quantum physics principles that we tie together with quantum thinking principles. All right, Yogini, over to you.
Okay, so speaking of that quantum thinking, one of the ways in which we approach this is to reframe people's mindsets, right? So already I see a lot of you presenting from universities, and academe is getting on board with VR and AI. We see a distinct shift since Chris started the company 5 years ago, where people were asking, why should we do VR and AI, to now saying, how do we do this? So all that's great. However, what we find is that if you do just quick Band-Aid fixes, right? Just buying headsets, for example, or as creators, if you're just pitching one single product, one single service, which you think is amazing, which you know is amazing, but how is it landing on the other side? So that's the reframing I want us to consider as we bring our amazing products and services in VR and AI to education. And some of you might know this knowledge, attitude, behavior framework. One of the things we did, as Chris was mentioning, as we interviewed different people that were outside the box, we took best practices from them in terms of how do you create that change mindset. And in terms of knowledge, you can start with data. So again, if you're presenting, if you're a creator, if you own a company, and if you're talking to your audience, really understand where are they coming from, what is the gap, and then share relevant data with them that will make sense. One amazing tidbit that we got is by using VR and AI, you're putting learners first, and content, of course, as you know, becomes stickier. Why is that important? Because the content stickiness happens if the entire personhood of your learner is involved. So if you're speaking to educators in their language and really asking them to not just think about their own courses, their own fears, their own insecurities, but really put themselves in the learner's shoes and connect and make that bridge so that their content sticks. I know academics are pretty big and passionate about their field of work. So that's one good way. In terms of attitude, that then leads to a shift in attitude. If you start with that knowledge, the ethos base, and I think Dallas, you will appreciate that as a communication trainer, the ethos, logos, pathos. So start with the ethos and then go to pathos, the excitement, the curiosity, the sense of play that you can have with VR and AI, especially in education in these dark, disturbing times. We are hearing from faculty, students that don't quite know what's going on. VR and AI can be a way to create that sense of play. And of course, there's the fear of missing out. That when it comes to behavior, my recommendation is that you go with the logos, the logical bit, and that involves giving structure, right? So just like if you have kids, we hear this all the time, they love schedules, right? So similarly, in terms of educators, give them a structure, give them bite-sized pieces to get started with, such as pilots, or first start with this department and then extend out. With K-12, how do you get the school district involved? Start with a school first, or even a class first, and then go big, right? So these are our tried and tested ways of getting people on board, sparking change, getting them outside the box. Special VRARA promo. Chris, over to you.
Yeah, something's funky with the slides, guys. But what we did put together, and I can actually share a link that I can share with Dallas. But what we have done for VRARA members, as well as those who are attending today, is created a promo code for you to get a copy of the book, a signed copy, 25% off list price if you order through this QR code, if you can read it. But I'll share the actual link and perhaps share that with some of your potential clients that just aren't connecting the dots. Here's our contact information. We'd love, there are some great people who are presenting today, and those of you who are attending, there's so much opportunity here. We are so bullish on this, always open to collaborations, partnerships, etc., and experimenting. So here's some of our information, and thank you for the opportunity today. I feel
I'm going to second that, if I may. Speaking of collaboration, we believe in an abundance mindset, right? There's enough work in VR and XR and AI to go around. And I think, again, that's the message we want to leave you with as well, is let's get everybody on board from education, but also internally within us. Let's collaborate, let's rock and get our educators to the next level.
I'd like to second, third, and fourth that motion.
And fifth. I'll come in as the fourth person to give it a fifth.
Do I hear a sixth in the chat?
Got a sixth sense about it, Mari.
Here we go.
Oh
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. In the spirit of what you're saying about the promo code, thank you for doing that for the membership and even new members. And I appreciate you being here. I'm gonna take that and for a couple of seconds and jump into the stage and take over for a minute here. And thank you both for being here.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Yogini.
So, if you're ready to build the future as well, there we go. We have a little promo code as well. They brought that up with their book. I thought, boy, what a great time. We're a couple hours in here and we have so much information coming at you. Again, I really would like you to help with the programming. I feel like I'm a PBS ad right now, if anybody remembers PBS, but that was, what interrupted us when we were watching Sesame Street. Well, I'd like to know what longer format talks we should put on over the next year, so we could do something once a month, every few weeks, and give these folks longer to talk. So please give me feedback. I'll send a survey out. And also for anybody that's not a member, please remember we have a discount code running right now in October to make it really easy for you to connect with experts like this, to get you speaking as well, and have you join the community in VR, AR, and especially AI as it infuses its way across everything. So would love to have you. And that said, I'd love to introduce Tom Merritt, who's actually in my new hometown, and that beautiful pond behind him is actually where my daughter took music lessons, right over there in that building. It's really gorgeous. So I'm really happy to have you here. And Courtney, thank you so much. So this is a fireside chat with the two of you, and Friends with Holograms is her company. So enjoy, and thank you again for being here. Again, small apology when we do format, or it's not us, when Riverside formats the slides and they put them on screen. It looks like it's altering them a little bit. Do apologize for that technology glitch, but the content is still here with these folks. So thanks again.
Well, thanks so much. We're gonna. I don't know if we can rival Robbie in terms of how quickly we'll go as fast as we can. So that Courtney and I are gonna have this a quick fireside chat. I will be brief. I appreciate the time. I'm Tom Merrick. As you see, I'm the Associate Director of VR and AR initiatives here at the U. We'll move through this. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, which is a wonderful thing. So, and I know you've heard some of these things before. Why immersive learning matters, the engagement levels, what we've seen at the U are really, really growing at an exponential rate. And you'll hear me talk about that quite a bit. The passive to active learning, empathy. You guys, I know I'm preaching to the choir. Just so you know, at the U, we started 3 years ago. Well, we've started many years ago, but I've been here for 3 years. And since we started with 4 courses, there are now this is 50, it's like 57 courses that are now utilizing XR technology in the classroom. And what's great about this is, we are doing this with every school that's here at the University of Miami. So that's everybody from, medical school, communications, engineering, marine sciences, even the music school, as we mentioned, we're utilizing XR technology, and it's really sort of it's exciting because we're seeing these are some of the projects we've created. I won't go through all of them. There's tons of things that we've done. We're working some of the awards that we've created, the applications we've created, and one in particular I just wanted to highlight is we're a First Year Directions course, which we've put in place to. It's effectively First Year Directions is a course that's like how to college. So every freshman that comes in takes this 1 credit course to sort of put them into the Miami area, help them acclimate to the university, let them see different things that they might not be able to see, like the research labs, different programs, running through the tunnel with the football team. But the reason we're excited about it is it's our aim to put we're already now in year and a half, 2 years. In 2 years' time, every student at the University of Miami will have put a headset on, will have been utilized XR technology. And I say that because, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, we know that old adage about, and we could argue about, the percentages, but, research will suggest that somewhere 65 to 85% of the jobs that will define the next decade don't exist. And so with us putting our students in a position to understand these technologies really sets them up for success. So I've heard about collaboration. Everyone's on collaboration. We as well. We are working with other universities. We'd love to hear from you across the board in terms of like what you're doing. We have done a number of research projects with some of the universities you'll see here. But we want to continue to collaborate because we feel like that's sort of the key. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention we do an Miami XR conference, which is this year. It's February 12th and 13th, where we bring academics and industry together. I will mention February is a great time to be in Miami. So please come register. We have Chris Dede from Harvard. Last year we had Jeremy Bailenson from Stanford. We have hopefully the president of Disney Imagineering giving a keynote, and we'll have demos and things of that nature. So really excited about that. And we'd love to see the members of the VR Area Association there. So some of our industry partners, and I'll leave that for you to see, but I'm going to pass this over to Courtney because I know we're trying to do this quickly.
Yeah, we're flying through this. All right, I'm going to share my screen, pull up my slides, and I will hopefully be as wonderfully efficient as Tom. All right, so hopefully everyone can see this. So I'm just going to do a real quick, can everyone see that? No. Here we go. Yes, okay, amazing. All right, so I'm going to do a real quick intro to myself, and then I'm going to go through one case study and possibly more depending on time. So this is a little bit about me. If we've never worked together before or spoken before, I have worked in this space since 2016. I've worked with companies like Amazon, Delta, Lowe's, Walmart, PwC, and Accenture, among others. I was at Meta for 2 years working on the Meta Immersive Learning Fund. So I have a pretty deep background in this technology, specifically applications in enterprise and education. I was nominated for an Emmy last year as an executive producer on JFK Memento, which was one of the most awarded VR pieces of 2024. And I have to do the book pitch. So I have a book that came out 2 weeks ago called The Spatial Race, available on Amazon right now. So please check that out. All right, so that's the promo. So now I will get to the case study. So the case study I wanted to go through is one that I worked on last year with Amazon. And here's the problem we were solving. And I want to be very clear on my framing of that, because I think too often when people build these experiences, they build technology first. And that's not the right way to approach it. The right way to approach it is solution first. If any of you saw the Samsung headset announcements from yesterday, I think they unfortunately did the technology first thing. So they have this beautiful product. It looks really cool. I'm sure it's amazing. And as someone who's worked in this industry for many years, even I took a look at that and was like, why should I buy this? Why should I put down $1,800 of my hard-earned money in a dicey economy to buy this headset? Because they led with technology. They didn't lead with story, right? So that being said, I'll go through this case study. So Amazon's problem was in their warehouses. They had a lot of young managers who were being promoted but did not know how to manage. And that was having a huge impact on their performance and their employees' performance, because when they had to have difficult conversations with employees about, job performance, timeliness, whatever, they were not equipped to do it. They didn't have the background. Training people to do that can be very expensive if you're doing it in person, and it can be hard to scale up and hard to get time for everyone to do it. So the solution was these AI-powered virtual human avatars. So you go in headset, you use this avatar, you build the avatar using AI, so it's prompt-based, there's no code. And then you can have conversations with this avatar. You can practice having a difficult conversation with this avatar. And so the idea is that because, again, it's all AI-powered, you will have a different conversation every time, and the conversation will respond to what you're saying, what you're doing. You can also customize the avatar to be somebody who is more or less aggressive, more or less passive, right? It has different maybe language skills, has different speaking styles. So it allowed for infinite scale and infinite customization. And what we saw was really fantastic. So people started creating their own very specific cases, and they would practice them at length, at scale, and be really sincere. So that was really cool to see. People weren't just goofing off with this. They were being really sincere in terms of what they were trying to do. And the result was a 92% performance improvement in terms of manager communications. So this is rolling out wider. It's very exciting. And that's just one example. Other stuff really quickly, because I know we've only got a few minutes. Working with Houston Methodist on nurse behavior around noticing and anticipating different health emergencies. So understanding how to proactively look for things rather than kind of passively responding to things. So that was a piece that I directed for them last year. And working with Intermountain Health, and you can see us hiding in the bathroom as we filmed, and working on emergency communications planning. So this is the type of thing where you hope this training never has to actually be used. It's for emergency situations when there's like an active shooter in the hospital, or where there's been an earthquake or a flood, and somebody has to both ration care and manage the situation in a calm way. So that's a perfect use case for VR training. That was a really fun piece to work on. So I have flown through those, and I think we only have like 3 minutes left. So Tom, do you have any questions on what I presented, and then I can ask you a question?
Sure. I'd love to know, since you talked about your AI agents, and I think you've done some work understanding sort of how we can use this technology for empathy. I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about how AI and how your agents might affect or help with empathy discussions.
Yeah, for sure. And I've worked on a lot of different pieces around empathy. And I think it's really that understanding and allowing people to have that conversation, right? People can only communicate with the people in their universe. But if you expand that universe and you expand that set of experiences, you allow them to experience new things and to really feel like they are connected to that experience and have actually lived it. And so in the case of your students, I'd love to understand more about are the students excited to use this? Is this technology they've used before, or is this new? How are students approaching this technology, especially like you had the example with the first year students?
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's you're starting to see, as probably all of us, more and more students. When we first started this work 3 years ago, it was like, how many people have been in a headset? And it was like almost nobody. And as we've moved along, people are like, yeah, I've seen it, I've done it. One of the things we've at the university, at the U, we've been lucky enough to have the support of our president and our provost office for this, which has sort of been critical. But we've seen sort of getting professors to champion has been really critical in terms of helping to move and utilize the technology. You'd be surprised when I used to do it in front of tons of faculty members to show them I'm here to help support you, and I get no one. And then one person in the group, like Boscombe Palmer Eye Institute, we have a champion there that we've created slit lamps for simulation. She sort of took off, and now you're seeing this wave of professors and doctors sort of migrate to her because of the work she's done. So I'm trying to push it, but it's when you have those champions. And now with students, it's the same idea, right? They're starting to see, like, if their students are working in a, and I teach this as well. So building VR worlds. I will say, and everyone knows this, I teach a class that meets once a week in person and once a week in VR, and it's amazing. The VR students never miss. So the engagement levels are really, really great. So that's always helpful.
Yeah, one thing that, just to wrap up, right? I had somebody ask me, like, why is it so powerful? Why is it so potent once? And I said, well, look, there's all this research about, immersion and this and that. And I was like, but I think 90% of it is probably just because you can't multitask.
I absolutely agree with you. I'm telling you that was always my sake. Like, you're in the headset, you are present. You can't look at your phone. You can't. And my students we have surveys that will say the exact same thing, that they're like, we're more present, even when they're in class with me, because they might have their laptop in front of them or whatever the case may be. They are immersed. So, Courtney, that's such a great point. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was very quick. I guess we're at time.
I love it. And I love that last little thing about we can't multitask. That's a fantastic takeaway. Another thing too, Tom, it was not lost on me that you subtly said here at the U. I felt that Miami vibe come out of you. You just kind of threw that in like, you.
Sorry, I got to do
with this guy right now.
And I also want to say, Courtney, thank you so much. I actually had my wife come in to listen to you both. She's a physician, really highly specialized physician associated at the University of Miami. One of the reasons that we're here. So some of the things that you're talking about are just critical when you're dealing with a family that's, going through, with loss or potential loss, and as well as in surgery where, you really need to practice. And, you could take a heart or a baby heart, and you could, with AR, VR, now it's this big so we can see which ventricle, what we need to do and that kind of thing. And please forgive, she can speak the language I can't. But thank you both. Thank you both for being here. Great chat, great open doors. Would love to have you both back for a longer discussion too. Nope. Will do.
Absolutely, I think is what she was about to say.
Great.
There.
Okay.
We clicked out just a little too fast. Sorry about that, Courtney.
That's okay.
Mari, go ahead and let's bring in Diana.
So Diana is using storytelling to drive equity and inclusion. She's also co-founder of the Africa VR Campus and Center and director of XR for Girls Africa, which is really amazing. So we truly look forward to hearing from you and seeing what you're bringing to the world. Thank you so much for being here. And if you could, are you able to turn on your camera? Because I don't see you. There you are. Excellent. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Diana Jerry from a small town sorry about that.
Diana, we were getting a little bit of an echo and a feedback from your camera there. So maybe mute and then unmute for me real fast. See if that solves it.
How is that?
Go ahead and keep.
Is that good?
I think you're good now. Yep.
All right. So my name is Diana Jerry. I am the
I was wrong, Diana. No, you're good.
The director of XR Girls, which is a digitalized economic and social program for women here in Kenya by Africa VR Campus and Center. And before I continue, I just want to send a shout out to the founder of Africa VR Campus and Center, Wayaki, Associate Director Tom Nico, and our board members who are here with me to support me. Thank you so much. I see you. Here in Africa VR Campus and Center, we use virtual reality for social good and social change. And most of the time we find ourselves saying over and over again that VR is not just for gaming. It's a gateway to equality, empathy, and empowerment. And so our mission in Africa VR Campus and Center is to democratize access to immersive technology and empower young people and in underserved communities through XR education, storytelling, entrepreneurship, leadership, advocacy, and global connections. And in our mission, we've had our own hardships. We are always trying to erase the misconception about virtual reality. Many people in Africa really don't know what virtual reality can do. And those who know what it is as a tool, they think it's a gaming or an entertaining, a tool that can be used for entertainment. Others think it's a luxury for the wealthy because most of the time they see them in the commercials and, in the malls, in the big malls, where young, rich kids are playing games and all that. And we cannot blame them really because they don't really know or they don't have enough information about what this technology can do. And so Africa VR Campus and Center is changing the narrative by conducting free outreach in remote school in rural areas to showcase that VR is, a tool that can be used for learning, innovation, and connection. And we have been sitting down with teachers here in our country, Kenya, and trying to see how we can make immersive learning a part of the syllabus. And it's going very well because unlike the beginning, we are now welcomed in schools and teachers are open to learn what XR technology is all about. And by doing this, we are proving that XR is for everyone, whether educated or uneducated. You can take your time, learn, and be a part of this mission of Africa VR Campus and Center. Here you can see photos of students, primary school students on my right and secondary school students on my left, learning how to use virtual reality. And most of the times they are very excited when we take these technologies to school and they see a cell in an up-close manner. Students doing biology and chemistry, seeing molecules and all kind of stuff. They get a much more understanding, in complex subjects, and we love to see that. When we are doing our outreaches, we talk about what we have witnessed, not just what we hear that people talking about. We have been in this industry since 2017, and therefore we have something to share with the world. And one of the things that we've witnessed virtual reality or XR technology can do is that it brings people together across continents. It doesn't matter which culture you come from. We create events in virtual reality, and we welcome people from different parts of the world. Actually, we have an event which is coming up in 2 hours' time. And we talk about a lot of things there. We have also Wednesday events that are hosted by our students in different parts of, in different apps in the metaverse. The reason why we do this is that we want to give them an understanding that we have different apps in the metaverse, and we want them to navigate on how to use different host tools and actions in different apps in the metaverse. We have seen that it creates inclusive classrooms. We have had our students learning about photogrammetry. They learn about financial literacy and business management. We welcomed lecturers from different parts of the world, and they have our students with them, and they learn together. We have built communities where we are now like families, and I will show you a photo as we go on of people who have left their country to come stay here with us, or they visit us. They board flights and come see what we do in the metaverse. Our mandate is to bring education in underserved communities. We offer free training programs in grassroots level to ensure that no one is left behind. And whenever we go to these grassroots level places or rural areas, we find young people with incredible talents and gifts that are somehow fading away because they don't have platforms to showcase what they can do. But through metaverse, through virtual reality, they are able to welcome different audience from different parts of the world. Here is the picture of one of our friends whom we met in the metaverse, and he actually created a platform for funding, and he funded us with almost 20 headsets and one Insta360 camera, which we are going to create more content with it in the metaverse. From learning to leadership, our students came to our rural campus with zero knowledge about what technology is all about, but now they can create and host their own events in the metaverse where they address local community issues. They have received mentorship and advanced skills in the metaverse. They use storytelling to show people where they come from, the schools that they went to, and this has sparked a lot of empathy and collaboration from different people. Through the skills like photogrammetry that they have gotten from the lecturers that they have helped learn, is they've created Metaverse Soko. Soko is a Swahili name that means market. So they showcase their handmade tools or artifacts so that they can earn a coin or two, and they don't just create this 3D assets to sell in the metaverse, but also to promote African culture that help them to fund their local initiatives that they run here in Africa. They have turned their passion into entrepreneurship and purpose. Our students have also been in metaverse business competitions where they've won awards in the metaverse. I'm just wondering if you can see my video, but it's okay. Let's continue because of time. This matters because XR, promotes equality and inclusion. I come from Africa, and recently I was awarded Real World Impact Award by XR Women. And this truly shows that technology is a bridge, not a barrier. And it's empowering young women and young people in Africa to own Africa's tech future that is fostering empathy, creativity, and community impact. We want to call all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to join us in this movement. And we are open to partnership, and we've opened a door to collaborative funding and grant application. So if there is anyone who would want to collaborate with us on that, we are open to do that so that we can support grassroots innovation. And let's make VR for social good a living reality across Africa. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Diana. That was wonderful. Really appreciate that.
I was saying the same thing. I was muted. Thank you so much for what you do, Diana.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. You got 20 headsets from the fundraiser. That is absolutely outstanding. So 20 headsets is of value. So people that want to collaborate and have a very eager audience, you have it right there with Diana.
I can't hear you.
Oh, Dallas? Can you hear me?
Diana, you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Not sure if you can hear.
I can't hear you.
Okay, well, either way, we're loving on you and saying thank you for all that you're doing. That's incredible. So thank you, Diana. Appreciate you. All right, we do want to, we're here at the top of the hour. We're going to be bringing on Aaron French in just a moment, but also we want to give a shout out to our sponsor for this event. And we're going to be putting that in the LinkedIn chat as well. We'll be putting the link to our sponsor. So SIBA Vision Limited, Silvio Ballerini, thank you so much. SIBA Vision is a Swiss company that creates innovative learning and training solutions for other businesses. We're so grateful to have them as one of our sponsors. You can check out their website, s-iba.com, s-iba.com. And again, that's one of our members here, Silvio Ballerini. So thank you for that. Mari, keep us going though, and let's get Aaron into the game.
Again, thank you so much, Diana. And Aaron, great to have you. We're going to be talking about precision learning, how selective LLMs elevate education. So we are moving in not just to the XR side that marries with AI, but deeper into AI. So really, really appreciate this. Appreciate you having us or being here, Aaron. And the floor is yours.
I appreciate it. And thank you for having me. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Absolutely. Sounds great.
Awesome. So I'm excited to be here today. Like I said, my name is Aaron French. I'm a professor at Kennesaw State University, also the director of engagement for our information systems department. So I do a lot of community outreach, work with different companies. I actually been doing a lot of international work on a metaverse project with Nokia, Aalto University out of Finland, and several other companies working on that project. And the research I'm presenting here is work that's being done with Samu Immersion out of Busan, South Korea. And so as the title says, precision learning and how selective LLMs elevate education. And so whenever we look at traditional LLMs, some of the challenges we have from an educational perspective is the broad knowledge and wide coverage that sometimes doesn't hone in on what we're teaching in our classes because it brings in a lot of other information. So we have students, if we're teaching an introductory course, students come up with highly sophisticated advanced answers well beyond the material we're teaching. So we know they're not really getting the values out of the course. They're letting AI do a lot of the work. We need to go through those steps to be able to get through that problem solving that's needed. It has very general reasoning, and then hallucinations are always an issue everybody talks about. And so one of the things that we're looking at is how we can get into a more precise learning environment and try to help students enhance their education rather than using AI to complete tasks or do things for them. And so one of the things we're looking at now is with selective LLMs is they're more domain specific. So a little bit different than a custom GPT, because a custom GPT still has a foundation of knowledge that it's been trained on that could influence some of the results on the custom part that you're trying to analyze. With this, it's a smaller LLM, so a small language model, focus specific domain and specific context for industry. So it has a much higher level of accuracy within that niche that you're trying to evaluate it on. And so with the description of this, we're training on specific data. The idea is we're focusing on precision. And so here's an example of what Samu Immersion has set up within their selective LLM that we're going to utilize. So the users will interact with one of the platforms. So the Beyond Link is what we're going to be using. So it's a web-based platform. And then you got the BeyondX, but you can go all the way to the point of using fully immersive VR technology. And so we're keeping this very simple for the students and essentially trying to create a virtual tutor that's going to assist the students in learning. And so the students, we have tutoring programs, we have students able to go talk to the professors, but we're going to introduce this to our introductory classes, which is we got 2 different courses that introduce students to technology when they enter the business school that all business students have to take. So there's about 20 sections total across the 2 different sections, a mix of online and face-to-face. And so with that, we're reaching close to 4,000 students that we're going to introduce this technology to. And we can see the differences between online and face-to-face classes, students that use it, students that don't use it, in order to determine the effectiveness of this. And we'll get into the research part of it here in a minute. But the benefit of this is students, if they may not want to talk to the professor, they can go to the AI and have a conversational agent, the avatar, which is the 3D image of the owl which they use for their avatars, kind of fitting considering Kennesaw State University, our mascot's an owl. They can interact with that to ask questions and enhance the learning. So if something they're not understanding in the classroom, they can go to the avatar, have a conversation, ask, they can study, and it becomes a study partner and tutor both at the same time. And it integrates very easily with a variety of XR technologies. And so the idea is that it's more than just a digital tutor that's reviewing, it's tailoring to the student's learning style as well. Because one of the interesting things they've done with their software is it can rate how the students are asking questions, and it can help the student learn how to ask better questions. It can provide feedback and help dive into more depth of knowledge. And the idea is that we're going to hopefully increase performance of the students within the classroom and also increase engagement in the classroom, which is two important parts that we need to bring as universities. And so with my job focused on innovation within our university, I'm trying to bring in a lot of new tools, but everybody's worried, is AI going to replace teachers? And this tool absolutely is designed to not replace a teacher, but enhance what we're able to do in the classroom, enhance what students can do for learning, and also facilitate that engagement, because that's really where the biggest value comes from going to university, is engaging with your professors, engaging with the material, and really getting involved. And this tool is going to try to help increase some of that by getting students more active. Now, research, partnering with SAMU Immersion, we want to provide the ALEX platform to students that's integrated with the foundational classes. We're going to use a mix of survey, server, and performance data to analyze this. So on weeks 1 through 7, the first half of the class, we're going to have normal class as always. Nothing is going to change. We'll be able to see how students do on the midterm exam and different assessments. That's going to give us our grounded understanding of student performance. Then we'll introduce the ALEX platform after the midterm. And then the last half of the class, they can use it for tutoring, interacting and learning, and really try to enhance the classroom with the tool. We recognize not all students are going to use it, so we can really see the difference between students that use it and students that don't. And then we can see how their performance and assessments were impacted by those that used the tool compared to those that didn't, you know, before and after the introduction of the system. And then with the survey data, we can get users' perceptions of how they felt it was working with the system, get feedback to improve on it, and really just try to understand how AI and how VR, and not really VR since we're not using that component yet, but how some of the XR technologies can impact the classroom environment to really advance what we provide to students moving forward. Now, they've also have expanded this as well with their new platform that just came out, the Future X platform, which is their Nexus X, which is a fully immersive environment. It can be augmented and virtual reality, where students can interact with information in a real life setting, within a virtual setting, and so forth. So it's pretty amazing some of the things that they're doing. And we're trying to implement some of this in the classroom, test it out, and see how is education going to evolve in the future, and how can we impact that here at Kennesaw State University. And so that's a little bit about what I'm doing. If you're interested in learning more, feel free to add me on LinkedIn. My QR code there is on there for LinkedIn. And we're always looking for other industries or other companies that are interested in partnering with us. As again, I'm the director of engagement at Kennesaw State University, so that we can provide some value to the tools you're doing, some feedback, but also help advance what we're able to do at the university.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you. That was great. I love that we have actual user case studies and results. I think that adds a lot of value to the people watching and to us, of course. So thank you so much, Aaron.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure. And thank you for having me here.
Welcome. You're welcome. Hope to see you soon. And keeping things rolling. Sorry, Dallas, do you have an announcement or anything?
Nope. Go for it.
All right, let's do it. So we have Steve Wileman, Jordan Williams, and Matthew Hall. I'm not sure Jordan was able to make it today, but we'll see.
Matthew was not able to make it, but we do have Steve and Jordan here.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, great. Good to see you too. And we're going to talk about how to start and scale VR in education across departments and across campuses, right? So there's enterprise approaches. There are multiple stakeholders that, that are going to be in the decision-making process, and just the rollout. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you're doing things and your suggestions. So welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thanks, Corey.
Yeah, thanks for having us. And thanks, everyone. What we're going to do today is just really a simple conversation, kind of a fireside chat. I'm going to ask Steve some questions, who has one of the most impressive organizations that's implemented VR. So we're going to talk a little bit about where they start, how they started, what they're doing now, and a little bit look into the future of what they're planning ahead. So by way of introductions, I'm Jordan. I'm one of the co-founders of ArborXR. My focus lately in the company has been all about data and analytics. We just recently acquired a company that tracks data, be able to report everything that's going in VR, identify users, integrate that automatically, seamlessly into LMSs. And I've been working on implementing that into our overall product offering. And
Yeah, hi, I'm Steve Wildman, Head of Digital Learning at South Staffordshire College in the UK. We're about 5 campuses geographically across the UK and the Midlands area. And we've been using VR seriously in the curriculum areas for probably about 4 years now. And I'll stop talking now and I'll sing the praises of ArborXR when they ask me the appropriate questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So then let's jump into it. Obviously, 4 years is a long journey in VR. Would love to just for you to share a little bit about how you started, what some of the issues that you ran into, and how you sort of solved some of those issues, especially when you've got 5 different geographical locations and managing all that. Just give us a little bit of background on some of those challenges and how you solved them.
I mean, it seems like a long time ago, but it's gone fast. But before we was using ArborXR, we were managing all the VR headsets across 5 campuses, as I said. It was logistically a right nightmare. The devices had to be manually updated, the apps had to be side-loaded individually, and any troubleshooting or anything like that meant we were physically visiting each of the 5 campuses, usually time-consuming for both the digital support team and the teaching staff. But when we started using the ArborXR software, this kind of transformed how we could deploy VR. With that centralized software, which we installed on all the devices and using Arbor, we now push out the apps, the updates and settings remotely to all our headsets. And Jake, one of the members of our main guy in the technical support team, he can now respond to requests from any campus and deploy any of the VR content that we've bought or we've got on those devices directly to those devices without even him having to leave the desk now. So there's no jumping in the car, going down from Tamworth to Rodbaston, going in, turning on the devices, getting them charged up. So as soon as a non-techie teacher now powers up the headset on the campus, the required simulation that they want, they've already told Jake but what they want. And he's updated that and kicked it out. And when they're ready to go, if they turn the device on, the content goes through ArborXR, kicks out onto the individual device, and that means it's good to go for the teaching staff. They're minimized technicality, issues. Now all they've got to do is set up their boundaries, and it's minimized some of our, cross-campus travel. It's enabled us to do on-demand delivery of a VR scenario. So if someone's got an afternoon session or a lunchtime club they want to set up, they can do that without the technicians moving around. And it's really tailoring it to the individual staff needs. And it's freeing up the valuable time for both the digital support technologists and Jake and his team and the teaching staff as well. And, I can't emphasize this enough. It's been a game changer, ArborXR, in making that VR more scalable and sustainable because we're not moving around across our multi-campus environment.
Yeah, that's great. And thanks for that. And let's then talk a little bit about the content that you all are using. And I think one of the things that I find most impressive about what you all are doing is, when we see kind of the journey of XR adoption in education is typically we're starting with one use case, we're kind of proving that out, and then we're expanding from there. But kind of the reason that we're all here, the reason why we're using VR technology is because we believe it's more effective, it's more cost expensive, it's safer, etc. To do this type of education and training in VR. So I'd love for you to share a little bit about maybe some of the use cases that you're using, but also if you want to hone in on one in particular and talk about how VR has really enabled you to do the training and the teaching that traditional methods would not have offered.
Yeah. I mean, we've got them in lots of different areas. Hair and beauty are great areas for VR. Construction and the Ascend learners, as special educational needs learners, it's really great. But absolutely, I'm going to focus on one, and that is construction. That's been our standout example. I mean, traditionally, we've been wanting to give learners access to construction sites, but it's always been too expensive. It's too risky from a health and safety perspective. It's not feasible due to the health and safety constraints. So without investment in high quality 360-degree real world virtual reality content from a company called Focus XR, that's where we get a lot of our VR content from. That's completely changed, because now what we can do is our learners can step using VR into actual construction sites. They can experience what it's like to be on the first day of one of those sites in VR. And one particular powerful scenario, I think it has been evident from the Focus XR content, is working from heights module. It's kicked out using the Arbor XR software on all our different devices, and then the learners are immersed in that working at heights module. And what they've done is at Focus XR, they've used an in-body cam. So they've kind of made this device where they've strapped two 360 cameras to somebody's body, and now you're looking physically on a construction site head on, and they've just raised out the head. Essentially, it's a first-person perspective with overlays that they drop on that they've developed, and it's simulating the real impact of things like a fall. So they're going up a series of steps, and as they're going up, the narrator is telling them what would happen if they fell off here at a certain height and how much damage it would do. But the difference here is it's 360 real content, and unlike traditional computer-generated VR simulations, where the learners typically are treating it like a game and jumping off the scaffolding just out of curiosity, just to see what it does, this real-world footage, I think, someone will get the quote, it was designed to provoke an emotional response. And they feel that danger drives home the importance of safety protocols in a way that the classroom theory could never do. And that kind of immersion, that authentic experience, is invaluable to our learners. It's not just a teaching technology skill, but it's delivering virtual work experiences that are preparing our learners for things like the realities of their chosen careers. And it's made what was once impossible routine in the classroom environment using VR.
That's so good. And I still, it reminds me of 9 years ago when I first put on a HTC Vive and tried the Ritchie's Plank experience. And just if anyone has tried that, just how real it feels, even on a little 2x4 plank, and just how scared I was to try to step off that. It's so immersive. It brings you like you're really there, and it triggers something in the brain that I think obviously you just don't get that type of experience in 2D or other places. So then let's talk a little bit about some of the statistics and the data. You obviously have a ton of learners, that have gone through training with your program. And so maybe talk a little bit about that. Talk a little bit about what type of data is important for you. Like, what are you collecting today, and what are you wanting to start tracking and collecting in the future?
Well, I mean, we're getting typical examples because we're moving the kit around and using your software to just kick it out and not having technicians on each side. We're getting about 1,780 learners engaged in VR. And we're reaching up to figures in 400, per each one of our digital weeks, where we have a digital adoption week, and this kit really gets rolled out. But what we're doing is we're tracking headset usage, and we're tracking also learner engagement with the Arbor platform. And that's given us, areas where we are getting adoption in subject matter areas. But now we're starting to go further with that. And with the Focus XR platform, with the content that we do in the real world ones I've just been talking about, we're starting to embed assessment directly into the VR experience. So certain key points throughout that 360 engagement, we've got multiple choice questions and voice activated replies to questions that appear during the simulations. And learners are responding to that and are being tracked and graded in real time. We can giving us immediate feedback and insight into their understanding and retention of that knowledge. For example, we can see where a learner is stopping in a scenario thanks to the Arbor XR, information insights. We're collaborating as well with Focus XR to integrate AI directly into these virtual reality experience simulations. So learners can now interact with an AI agent inside VR. AI in VR is brilliant. And they're asking questions about objects they're seeing and viewing. And I think this dynamic interaction really enhances the engagement and deepens their understanding. Using the Arbor XR analytics, we can track where the learners pause. We can see what questions they ask. It's allowing us to refine our curriculum delivery and really focus on areas where our learners want that support the most. So combining that with Arbor XR's insights, we can monitor how long that learners spend in each of the experiences, how often they'll return to that same experience, which modules they're finding the most engaging or need to revisit for revision. And this is allowing us to identify progression patterns. It's allowing us to tailor our support and build a more personalized learning journey for that learner. Mm-hmm. But looking ahead, really, we want to deepen that by linking VR engagement data with assessment outcomes to evidence real pedagogical value.
Yeah, that's great. And obviously, we're excited to help you out with that, excited to help you integrate all of that data that you're collecting and automatically get that into your LMS so that that's available for any key stakeholders that are wanting to report on this data. So just for the sake of time, Steve, let's just end with this. I'd love to hear, obviously 4 years, that's a long time in VR. Just what's one piece of advice that you would give to another college or institution that's maybe just starting their VR journey and trying to get to where you're at?
I think you've got to start with the pedagogy and not the tech. You need to identify the learning challenges that VR can solve, whether it's safety or it's cost or it's access to, and build from there. But equally, make sure you invest in both the platform and the content. Having a scalable solution that like Arbor XR is for us is essential for managing those devices and deploying the content across our multiple campuses. But it's equally the quality of the content that will drive that engagement. And we've seen that with the Focus XR content that we've kick out using the Arbor XR software. I think these real world construction scenarios, like working at heights, don't just simulate the environments. They immerse the learners in authentic, emotionally resonant experiences. So combining a robust platform with analytical capabilities like Arbor XR with powerful, relevant content is what turns VR from a novelty into transformational learning tool.
I love it. And Steve, maybe share with people how they can, because I think that's one of the big questions is content. What are the use cases that I should be looking into? And I think maybe we've probably both seen stories of customers maybe going down the wrong path that did not set the foundation for scale. Maybe how people can get a hold of you and chat with you and as it relates to what type of use cases they should be considering.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you don't have to go out there and buy the content. We're incorporating YouTube 360s, free stuff like for our travel and tourism to enrich the learner experience with no additional costs because we've got that and we can kick that out with your platform.
Awesome.
Wonderful. Steve, Jordan, thank you so much. So appreciate that. So informative. And for those of you who needed to look up pedagogy, it's okay. Totally fine.
That is hilarious.
You dropped it like 2 or 3 times, Steve, and I was like, I'm going to have to get this one right if I'm coming back on. So
I'm from a college. I've got to show that we're as good as the universities are.
That's right. You got to show that your linguistics are as advanced as your AI. So we so appreciate.
Can I, and a couple comments you mentioned, I'd love to comment on. That was one of them actually. So, but basically it's identify the need and the result, then the technology. There's new sexy technologies popping out, AI, literally every day now. Yeah. So again, it's start with what you need to solve. Start with your problem, then move down that path, solve something easy if you can, and then move on to the bigger and the bigger. That's one of the ways that we help companies, adopt technology. And then I love what you said, the quality of the content drives the engagement. I've been singing that praise for 20 years since I made movies in Hollywood, and then 1,000 commercials and help these products launch, they go to market. It's always about the quality of the content, whether people are going to watch or not. So really amazing takeaways besides those, but thank you for those.
Thank you so much. And Jordan, thank you as well. Appreciate you guys both being here today. So we got Paula McDowell up next, Mari. I'll go ahead.
Fantastic. Paula's fantastic. Talked to her a couple of times over the past couple of days. So Paula's going to be speaking about, you'll hear it in a moment, but Paula's going to be speaking about how we learn and how they teach with technology across lifespan, with a focus, of course, on AI, XR, and digital gaming. Paula, it's all yours. I just want to make sure we're good. Can you say hello?
Hello.
Excellent. Heard you well. The floor is yours.
I want to begin, Mari, with a shout out to you in Dallas for being such fabulous and entertaining host today. It is so appreciated, as well as to Meg, thank you, and to Carlos for all their work behind the scenes in coordinating this event today. I'm really thrilled to be here and having this opportunity to learn from the speakers at this thought-provoking event. So far, my brain is really thinking about Rob Terrio's talk on the AI XR mentors for students, and Bruce Walker from Georgia Tech about the flying cars and the new model for understanding the adoption of future technology, the MAFT model. So deep and meaningful takeaways. I'm just really grateful.
Fantastic. Thank you, Paula. Maybe you join us as a host next time.
I've got a lot of commentary, so
it's fantastic. Thank you.
And for those who don't know me, I'm an assistant professor at the University of Saskatchewan in our Educational Technology and Design program. I study how we learn and teach with technology across the lifespan, with the focus on XR, AI, and digital games. Given the opportunity to speak today, I wanted to share about a new book that I'm co-editing with Daphne Economo and Krissa Lauzu. It's called Immersive Learning Education and Design, Methods, Systems, and Applications. The chapters in this book, they have been selected from our iLead stream at the conference of the Immersive Learning Research Network. This book offers 4 different sections to give a multidisciplinary synthesis of immersive learning, and that includes a sectoral analysis of immersive learning applications across primary, secondary, and higher education. The second section focuses on evaluation methods and frameworks that are grounded in the cognitive sciences, neuroscience, and the learning sciences. Section 3 addresses the technical systems influencing immersive learning, including AI integration, system scalability, accessibility, and ethical design considerations. The final section highlights pioneering applications and case studies, showcasing how immersive technologies are transforming fields such as healthcare, education, and community well-being. A theme that runs throughout this new book is learning with emerging and converging technologies. And if you look at the photos on this slide that I generated with Midjourney, VR headsets have come a long way over time, and they are much lighter and less heavy than these granite, heavy marble ones used by the ancient philosophers, according to Midjourney. 3 points that I want to share are that XR, AI, and game tech can be leveraged to achieve enviable levels of learner engagement, and this has been talked about in many of the talks today. They can connect students to some of the goals that we as educators collectively seek, but there's a but. We really need to think carefully about responsible innovation, and we need to ensure that XR and AI systems are aligned with human values, educational norms, and good intentions. I believe that XR and AI are a source and reason for hope, innovation, and change in education. The deep and meaningful scholarship in our book is needed today, especially in this influencer-driven economy where so many are making claims online about XR and about AI on all the various internet platforms, LinkedIn and social media. And a lot of these claims are full of hype and they lack substance. And this is a problem because all this hype isn't helpful to move our industry forward. So we need to have scholarship that has evidence and good links between theory and practice. On this slide, I've identified some of the promises of XR and AI that I see, and also some of the harms that we can't ignore. And a gentle reminder that every technology carries its own negativity, and that's invented at the same time as the technological process. So we need to think critically about how we can balance these tensions. Here's a sneak peek to some of the chapters in our new book. And overall, the book is designed to offer a unique blend of foresight with grounded educational practice. And this is including AI-enhanced game design, synthetic data ethics, and metaverse-based collaborations. One of the chapters in the book contributes a consensus on the integration of interactive and immersive learning media in higher education. And in this chapter, we use the Fuzzy Delphi method, which included multiple rounds of surveys and iterative feedback in order to gather and analyze expert opinions of the key challenges, opportunities, and best practices for implementing immersive learning media in higher education. Another book chapter focuses on the comparative factors of VR meditation platforms in enhancing mindfulness and psychological well-being. And on this slide, you'll see a figure that's designed by my research team to offer a new framework for evaluating the design elements and mindfulness types in VR meditation applications. If you are someone who struggles with focusing your attention, which was mentioned in the fireside chat by Tom Merrick and Courtney Harding, this need that we have to be able to be present and focus our attention, there are now numerous VR apps that can help you, and some are shown on this slide, not all of them. Mindfulness has officially gone meta because you can now go on a virtual nature walk, you can meditate on a mountaintop, or float through a digital galaxy of calm, and all without having to leave your desk. I will say that the issue of focusing attention that we have nowadays, and so many people that really want to improve their focus and be more present, do less multitasking. This is not a new issue for humans. And I'm going to give you all a challenge and a history lesson here. So exactly 1 century ago, back in 1925, Hugo Gernsback invented the isolator helmet. And this was designed with very good intent to block out distractions and to improve concentration. The helmet itself was made of wood and sealed tightly onto the head in order to block by all the sound that's nearby and to block out peripheral vision. It also included an oxygen supply to prevent suffocation. Gernsback designed this helmet to help people focus on intellectual tasks without being distracted by all the new noise of 1925. And that included the telephones, radios, and the growing hum of industrial life. XR and AI in education must not become the next isolator, which was a well-meaning invention and innovative design, but it was really the wrong solution that was needed. So my challenge for the VR AR community is that there is a great responsibility that comes with all the new possibilities of XR and AI for education. We need productive partnerships between education institutions, government, industry, and communities to lead responsible innovations. And some of this discussion for people connecting today is really worthwhile. And I hope that we will make more connections and make more partnerships for work going ahead into the future so that our innovations will be scalable and responsible. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Paula. Please keep that slide up there. I want people to realize A/B testing is very important. That is not the product that was going to sweep the market, but the people that, that Hugo thought it would.
Funny enough, it's the product that my parents put me in all the time when I acted up a little.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm just kidding. I think for me, Paula, that biggest takeaway you said was mindfulness has now gone meta. I wrote that one down because I'm not going to forget that anytime soon. We really appreciate you coming on. We appreciate all that you're doing with the VRARA and the AAIA. So thank you for bringing the love today, Paula. That was awesome.
Thank you. I look forward to the next session.
Awesome.
Thank
Wonderful.
you.
And they're coming up right away. We got some heavy hitters coming up here too, Mari.
This is
So
great. So yeah, let me get right into it. Jeff Green and Sergio. They're going to be here. They're from Kennesaw State. It's all about world building, right? So world building and engagement. In basically the panel is it's a chat, between the two of them. Generative AI for content creation. Worlding a better metaverse. I was getting ahead of myself. Welcome, you two. Thank you for being here. Everything good?
Yep.
Fantastic. All right. I'll fade into the background.
All right. So Jeff and I are working on a book for Palgrave right now on the metaverse, kind of a primer for getting students in STEM fields to think about how to build metaverses that will create a really substantial cultural and social environment that will help, development of society in a variety of ways. So we got interested in this around 2020 when the metaverse first started getting popular. And right after that, Matthew Ball's book, The Metaverse, came out, and then the revision came out last year. And so we've been working through this idea of what is the metaverse itself. We've been thinking about it initially as a virtual reality space, but more and more we're starting to think that the metaverse is going to be more like a digital environment that's overlaid on top of the physical environment that's accessible through smart glasses rather than VR headsets. And so how do we prepare students to think about how do you design that a technology and a technology environment that kind of blurs the line between the physical and the virtual? And some of this research has come out from like the Pew Research Center when they produced a general survey of, I think it was 600 and some professionals in technology industries and education, et cetera. And they were really split that the metaverse might turn out exactly the way that people are envisioning it today, and half think that it won't, and that it's going to be this weird like iterative process to figure out how it really fits into our current cultural environment. So the same thing, the augmented reality and mixed reality applications will dominate over virtual reality advances. We kind of fall into that camp. and that the next generation of network knowledge ecosystems can be built in ways that better serve people than the current web does. So we're kind of working on trying to figure out how to navigate this situation. Similarly, the Web Economic Forum, as of January 2023, sees the progression here going through 2030. They see a lot of development through that era. We've looked at the Goethe Institute, who also produced a report on what education is going to look like over the next century based on VR and XR technologies being developed. And they're suggesting that by the year 2150, we'll be in a post-apocalyptic Ready Player One space. So we're not really sure, what's going on here, right? There are a lot of different international perspectives on what the metaverse is going to be and how it can develop. The European Commission on Digital Strategy has also been taking this on, trying to double down on the existing values that they have for digital policy and how these worlds are going to interact and how open they are and what governance is going to look like. The issue that we tend to have with this is that they're doubling down on existing values rather than trying to reassess whether those are the values that they want to carry on into the next cultural era. And we don't always agree with their policies that the existing cultural values are the ones that we should be focusing on so much. So here's a list of the cultural values. I could read through them if you wanted. So freedom of choice, sustainability, human-centered, health, education and literacy, safety and security, transparency, and inclusion are the primary 8 values that they have. What we're doing here, though, is really thinking about the metaverse in what Gregory Ulmer, a professor emeritus at University of Florida, calls electricity, which for him is a different cultural situation than what we've experienced over the past 2 millennia, with literacy being the dominant mode of communication. For electricity, Ulmer sees the integration of both written and visual and moving image text or image media interacting. And he's suggesting, I think the most important part here is that the axis of how we evaluate it has shifted from like an oral structure of being right and wrong, very much attached to this religious practice or theological practice. And literacy is more of a scientific or logic-oriented mode of communication that deals with true and false. Whereas in electricity, it's more about entertainment, how we learn through the entertainment cycles that artifacts that we encounter, and we evaluate it on whether it gives us joy or brings us sadness, right? So it's more an emotional attachment to it. So adapting to that is going to be a major challenge for education as it kind of transitions into this more electorate framework. I provided some overviews of what electricity is. Ulmer has been dealing with this quite a bit with AR and VR. He's been using VR, for example, to critique social policy. There was one example that he worked with John Craig Freeman on, where they placed 26 backpacks on the lawn in front of Congress right after the Sandy Hook event. So it was a performative critique that the backpacks are there in Congress and is doing nothing to address gun violence, right? So using it as a form of social critique to engage in public policy discussions. Right, and now I'm going to transition over to Jeff. He's going to talk more about the methodology we're using to kind of help students transition into developing a metaverse that's more adaptable to this framework. So
Yeah, thanks, Serge. Yeah, so our book has a broad focus that's both popular and academic, I would say, scholarly, and so it has interest for students, but also for developers. We're looking at the metaverse through Ulmer and also a specific lens created by Ian Chang called Worlding. The concept of worlding is the unnatural art of creating an infinite game by choosing a present, storytelling its past, simulating its futures, and nurturing its changes. What is worlding? Worlding is the artistic activity of an individual artist conceiving, incubating, triggering, and nurturing a world towards aliveness. So it's more than just world building. World building is a small subset piece of what worlding really is. I can't advance the slide, Serge, so do you mind advancing it? So in terms of worlding, what it is first, the actual method is choosing a present, an act of collage and therefore invention. It's choosing characters, relationships, and ecological conditions and composing them together without sacred regard for realism. The more impossible to paradoxical the combination, the more emotionally truthful. Then storytelling its past, so creating a prehistory for the characters and ecology of the world and using that to ground a world's ongoing unknowns within a meaningful context. Then simulating its futures, innovating an infinite enough game engine for the world, its characters and ecology to perpetuate itself without its original supervising author. So really one important facet of worlding is the idea that authors let go and let worlds naturally evolve. There's some guidance involved, but the idea of aliveness is really important to this lens of worlding. And you see that in a lot of, I study, by the way, part of my research is in game studies. So I've looked at digital communities in virtual worlds and seen how they have developed their own rule sets, their own microeconomies, their own lore. And so this is part of worlding as a conceptual lens. It's making rules for their intuitive selves to live by, and by generalizing those rules to scale into a game that can be shared by others, and then nurturing its changes, being an imaginative servant to the world once it gets going, by welcoming changes to keep its vitality alive. So in terms of Chang's vision of worlding, he divides up 4 different masks that people adopt in the worlding process. One is the director. The director mask designs the overarching lore, laws, and social architecture of a virtual world. Its rules, gravity, governance, and myth. It's the person that builds the containers basically and the core rules of the world and its social hierarchy. There's the cartoonist, who's the person, if you think in terms of the metaverse, it's people or individuals creating avatars, emotes, and symbolic imagery that give the world emotional and cultural context. And there's the hacker, the engineers or exploits that underlying code and systems to spawn new behaviors, economy, and emergent interactions. It's the person who basically can break the world. And then the emissary is the person who tends the community's health and community, guiding players and creators to sustain the world long after its launch. So in terms of the chapters that we're building, I'm not going to read through this entire thing, but we're building towards a 5-chapter book. The first piece focuses on the politics of the metaverse, political structures that have formed based on sort of the crisis we've seen and the post-COVID crisis, how the world has moved pretty strongly towards virtual environments, whether that's for work or play or education. The next piece is a play or entertainment chapter that focuses on the historical underpinnings of the metaverse, where it came from in terms of both development and creative literary works. I trace the metaverse conceptually all the way back to epic poems of the 16th century in Italy. And jump forward. Education, we look at education platforms, how the metaverse itself changes how we learn, and how the various stakeholders have adopted some of these masks in helping to develop some of these platforms. We jump forward. And then community, what does community mean in the metaverse? How these communities built? How have the visions of the directors interwoven with the hackers, interwoven with the cartoonists, and finally with the emissaries themselves. And then finally, we conclude the book adopting the role of emissaries ourselves, looking at the metaverse broadly, and then making suggestions for what could build a more ethical and alive metaverse in these decentralized platforms. So that's it.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. I love the ideas you bring across. When you're building a story, whether it's going to be a movie, whether it's the metaverse, there's always some core fundamentals. Yeah. And I really love this new, honestly, like a little bit of a new spin to give it a little bit of new life. And I actually love that there's community built in, because this is a community of creators. This is a community of technologists. This is the community for, XR and AI. So I really appreciate you bringing those points up. Dallas, any other thoughts, or Sergio or Jeffrey?
No, I loved it. I enjoyed every minute of that. So Jeffrey, Sergio, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
All right, Mari, we got Joy Lee and Lee Zhang coming on here as well.
Fantastic. So this is a panel, kind of a fireside chat again. What we have is Lee and Joy are they're Kennesaw State University. They're leading researchers in game design, affecting computing, AI-driven XR systems, and advancing education. And I love this, healthcare, and especially working with pediatric oncology. I believe I read when I did some research, as well as immersive learning. So it's broad, but it's really specific to this sort of learning. So please take it away, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Our panel today, the topic is generative AI, the next frontier in XR content creation. We are very excited to be here. My name is Joy Lee. I'm an associate professor at Kennesaw State University. My major is computer game design and development. I also serve as a director at the Realities Lab and co-lead of the Center for Interactive Media at KSU. My research focus on using extended reality technologies, including VR, AR, of course, in different areas such as healthcare and education.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Lei Zhang. I'm also from Kennesaw State University. So I'm an assistant professor of game development. And my research focuses on the design and development of XR applications, mostly for STEM education, mental health therapies, and the improvement of quality of life in pediatric patients with rare diseases. Okay, so let's get started. We all know that as game developers and the VR developer, we know that the huge bottleneck currently holding back the mainstream adoption of VR and AR isn't just the hardware. It's the massive cost and time required to create a compelling interactive 3D content for the virtual environments. So imagine that what happened in the science fiction movie, Ready Player One. What if we could just build the entire world, not just by hand, but with the power of our words and imaginations? Yeah. So today, Joy and I will be covering briefly 4 key areas. First, how we are using the generative AI right now. Second, the significant challenges we're still facing, and also the most exciting application domains. And the last, we'll take a look at the future trends in how we can create use generative AI to create for the XR.
I'll start with the first one. How is it working today? The generative AI in XR development, it's showing up in a few key areas. The first and most straightforward thing you can think of is the use of creating a 3D asset generation. The tools like Luma AI's Genie or Meshi let developers go from simple text prompt like a rusty sci-fi treasure chest to a usable 3D model in just a few minutes. It's a game changer for rapid prototyping. Instead of spending days building placeholder assets, we can generate one instantly and keep the creative process moving. Secondly, the environment and texture creation. Building a virtual world takes a lot of time and labor. Now we can generate textures, materials, or even full 360-degree skyboxes, just describing what we want to see. We can even just provide a picture to AI tools like Marble AI by World Labs, if you have used. This gives small teams the power to create large, unique environments that used to require an entire studio. Next is the avatars and characters. AI can help us create customizable avatars from a single photo or a short description. It's started to assist with animations too, by generating motion cycles or suggesting character rigs, which helps speed up the production. Finally, the interactive narratives. LLMs can bring NPCs to life. Imagine talking to an NPC in a virtual environment and having a natural, unscripted conversation. It makes it much more interesting and interactive, right? Instead of just locking into the same repetitive dialogue just with the same NPC. Given to you, Lei.
Yeah, that's next slide. Okay. Okay. So although generative AI bring us a lot of potentials and promises, it's not a magic bullet. So we're also facing a lot of significant challenges and the limitations when we're using it. The first thing is the quality of the content, especially in our case, the 3D models is generated, because those models are generated by the AI are not optimized and for animation, so they have just a very terrible topology. So it's not good for animation. So we have to spend a lot of time to process them to improve the performance of those models in the game engines. And also, it's also still very hard to do a precise control in the generation. So mostly you just get some rough models. Another challenge, second challenge is the workflow integration of generative AI into the current tools is not seamless. The work has to be manually done with the different sections. So you have first to bring the generative model into some authoring tools like a Blender or Maya, do some cleaning up, and then finally optimize them and then bring them into the game engine Unity or Unreal for further development work. And lastly, we also know that there's a common issue with generative AI is that there are a lot of IP and ethical issues. Who owns the content generated by an AI? And what's the copyright to the data was it trained on? So these are all unsolved legal questions that hang around there and we're still facing.
So even with all those challenges, the potential impact of the generative AI is still huge across many fields. We can name a few domains that's already in application with use of AI tools. So first of all, education and workforce training, we can quickly create some custom simulation environments, such as training a technician on a virtual replica of their own actual factory or a specific machine on demand. That this kind of flexibility was almost impossible before. In healthcare, we can design personalized rehabilitation experiences or distraction environment for patients. In entertainment and gaming, we can now build worlds that are infinite, filled with dynamic quests and characters that adapt to the player. It moves us from static, pre-built games to dynamic, evolving experiences. Lei, would you like to share an example of using generative AI in one of your current projects?
Yes, sure. So one project my lab is working on currently is to use generative AI, especially text-to-image or speech-to-image generative AI models to create custom images or skybox, surrounding skybox to assist emotional visualization in one type of mental health therapy, guided imagery and mindfulness. So we think that this type of tools can help the patient better communicate with their emotion and thoughts with the therapist with the visuals that they generated. Yeah. Okay, so the last part I want to talk briefly is about the future vision. So to imagine the future trend of generative AI, the first thing I think everybody is hoping for is we want to have some kind of real-time interactive generation. So just make an imagination where you can stand inside of a VR space and just simply say, build a castle right there, and then you will be watching a castle gradually generated in the virtual world. Yeah, that could be a very amazing experiences. So the next trend we can see is we want to see the AI, generative AI, become multimodal. So which means that we can use sketches, gestures, or even ambient sounds to generate the virtual worlds or some music on the spot. So, we can use any source to generate the content for the virtual world. So that could be also a very amazing thing. And also we want to see further the development tools like Unity and Unreal engines. They will have a generative AI just integrated into their future versions as native features. So generative AI will become a kind of a partner, creative partner that help us in our brainstorming, optimization of the models, and also handle tedious work during the development process. Yeah, so I feel that our role in the future will be shifting from building every details by hand to guiding the vision and let the AI help us to bring things to life. Okay.
Yeah, that's all our talk today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. And if we'll get some comments and we want to have a deeper dive, we'll contact you about that and bring you back in. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you both so much. Mari, we're getting ready to enter into the final hour of this thing. We have learned.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, this is great stuff. Loving it. All right, everybody, just really quickly, right before we are going to be bringing Nick on in just a moment, but just one more quick shout out here for our sponsor for today's event for the 4th annual Best in XR AI Education Summit, brought to you here by the VRARA and the Applied AI Association. But our sponsor, we couldn't do this without them. This is the SIBA Vision Ltd. Limited. Silvio Ballerini, thank you so much. SIBA Vision, they are a company out of Switzerland that creates innovative learning and training solutions for other businesses. If you want to learn more about that, be sure and go to s-iba.com. That's S as in Silvio -iba.com. And thank you again, Silvio, for your sponsorship with that. But Mari, let's keep this party rolling and let's get Nick on here.
Hey there, Nick. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Thank you for having me. By the way, great energy. Final hour. You guys are doing good. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you. It's like a telethon in the old days, right?
Imagine.
Fantastic. All right, the magic is yours. Let me do a quick intro for you. So I appreciate you saying that. So we have Nick here. He's general manager of HoloLight of the Americas, actually North America, sharing how XR streaming is transforming the education process through immersive, scalable, and practical learning experiences. So we know it's all about experience. We know it's all about community. We know it's about being, I would say, accountable, which nobody's used that word yet. But I kind of feel like if you're locked in and you're engaged, well, it's easier to be accountable and get better grades and learn more and learn faster. So I'm not trying to feed you. That was just my impression. I'm really looking forward to seeing your presentation, and we'll talk to you in about 10 minutes or so.
Sounds good. Well, I'm going to say all the presentations so far, I've kind of been listening from the beginning, very relevant. And so Nick Sorescu, I'm the general manager for North America at HoloLight. We are a company that was founded about 10 years ago, and I'll give you a little bit out of Germany, and I'll give you a bit of a story about it. So when the HoloLens came out, I'm going to say 8-10 years ago, a large company, automotive company in Germany, kind of asked us to solve a problem for them. And the problem was, hey, I have all these complex CAD models, and I want to consume my CAD model without decimating it into the HoloLens. How do I do that? And we went back to our office and kind of scratched our heads and said, we can't load the CAD model into the HoloLens. What do we do? So the solution that we came up with was, let's create an application. That application today is called Space and has matured over the years. We import the CAD model into this application that runs on a server. So with the latest GPU, all the CPU power, all the RAM power that you can imagine, we'll generate the image on the server, and then we pixel stream that image to the headset. And that is, so again, Space became a thing, but more importantly, we developed streaming capability. So our proprietary XR pixel streaming technology, this is what we do, and we built a number of things and products about it, and a way to distribute streaming for anyone that wants to use streaming in their application. So I'll go back to this slide. I want to compare that to what normally people do. So I'm going to say the very large majority, and what everybody kind of on this today I heard saying, you know, envision an application, you design an application, and then once you kind of build it in Unity or Unreal, then you optimize that application for one specific headset that you have in mind. And what we're saying, again, stop doing that. That comes with a bunch of limitations. If you integrate streaming into your application and make it run on a server, we can pixel stream that image to any headset that you have in mind, and it can be several types of headsets in the same time. So really what I kind of explained is this small diagram down here where your application again runs on a server. We pixel stream to the headset. We obviously need sensory information from the headset to be fed back to the application itself. The value proposition of streaming, the problems that streaming really solves for you is, one, your application is headset agnostic. So it doesn't matter, you don't design for a headset. You future-proof your application. So when the HoloLens 2 goes away and you wanna have the same application running on a Quest, you just choose Quest on your and connect the Quest to your application, and there's no problem with it. The second piece that becomes very interesting is, and we heard that also a little bit earlier, is data security. When you design an application, you put IP in this application, and you load it on your headset, your IP goes on that headset. Whatever the headset goes, your IP goes with it. If you centralize this application on a server and you only pixel stream to the headset, there is no information left on the headset, and you only need to secure your server. The other obvious ones that kind of come to mind is, again, utilizing all the external power of a server, and more importantly, just the presentation before me. We were concerned about development costs. Well, because you don't have to optimize, because you don't need to decimate your data when you do this, then you save on development costs and development time. The way the streaming works, it can be distributed as an SDK, so a library that is simply integrated into your Unity or Unreal project. Or we also have a stream runtime that enables any OpenXR applications. Classic ones that we might be familiar with are Autodesk VRED, Blender, Twinmotion, NVIDIA Omniverse. These are all OpenXR applications that are designed with OpenXR in mind. With a simple runtime, you can stream those applications stream that content from these applications to your headset. Just in terms of compatibility, just to give you an idea, we support all the major headsets out there. So everything from the Quest to the Picos to the HTC to the Apple Vision Pro, which a lot of people want to get content to. We still do HoloLens and some of the iPads and desktops as well. Samsung came up with a headset yesterday. We are working on it, and it's going to be added to the list pretty soon. But additional to that, we had some fun actually a couple of months ago with the Snap Spectacles, which are glasses a little bit bigger than these, and we managed to stream a 20 million polygon model to these glasses, and it worked beautifully. So pretty much anything that comes out, we will support. That's kind of our commitment. Now, why is this relevant for academia? I'll go back through this value proposition. So this is kind of like the takeaway. If you take away one thing from this presentation, is this: if you stream, you improve performance of your application, you secure your data, you can. I'll talk about scalability, but your headset becomes your application becomes headset compatible with any kind of headset, so headset agnostic. And more importantly, I also was hearing echoes of people having trouble managing content. How do I get content to 50 headsets? Well, now you are likely doing a you're loading your app on every single headset, which is a big time investment and a risk. If you stream, again, your application stays on your server, and from that same server, I can stream to any one of your headsets that is on the network, and it works very reliably. If you take this value proposition, how does it translate in academia? It's really easily distribute curriculum VR content and XR content to the students, right? Getting a lot of the curriculums today have an XR component in it. How do you get that content to the student? Through streaming is a very efficient way. You have Unity, Unreal, OpenXR applications today, and all these can be easily enabled today with the streaming. But as you kind of think of the next applications you're designing, if you think about streaming and incorporating streaming into them, then you're going to develop faster, and you're going to put a lot more detail into those. Third, you are leveraging the streaming for prototyping. R&D labs love our technology normally because they can easily kind of fast prototype. And I talked about the data security piece. So scale, secure your data, make your headset, make your application headset agnostic. So maybe just a quick, our product lineup. Streaming is the middle piece, is really the basis of everything we do. Space is an application. It's really, again, the application that we developed with the automotive client of ours. And what it does, you bring in CAD data, and you visualize and you collaborate around that. It's a great proof point for streaming. And Hub is really the piece that kind of brings everything together and allows for scaling. So Hub is really an orchestration layer where a user kind of comes in, logs in. Oh, I have access to application A, B, and C. I can run my application, click on application, my headset is on there, stream to my headset, take my headset, put it on. That's all it needs. And all your applications kind of sit on Hub. Final slide here, how to get started with Hololive Stream. There's some trial versions on our website. You can scan this QR code. You'll be able to download the SDK in a trial version for a period of time with a watermark, but it's full capability. You integrate that into the application that you may have or you want to test. Again, install the Stream client on your device, and then you're ready to stream, ready to go. That's pretty much all I had. Any questions, feel free to reach out. Love to answer them.
Nick, thank you so much. That was fantastic. Really appreciate it. We do know, everybody, we are having a little bit of problem on the LinkedIn stream, so apologies for that. We are posting in those groups. We're still streaming on YouTube. We're still streaming on Meta. So we are in both of those places, and the replay, especially Nick, I don't want anyone to miss anything you just said there. So we're definitely going to be making sure to tell people to scrub forward to the top of the hour to hear what Nick's got to say. So thank you so much for bringing that. I just love where all this tech is headed.
It all kind of comes together. It's nice. The ecosystem is growing. Everybody is participating. It's getting to maturity.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And not a single AI tool has yet asked me the location of John Connor. So I feel fine with all of that.
You're safe.
We're totally in the good on that. So Nick, thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Also, everybody, again, we've mentioned our sponsors before, but we do have other opportunities for you. We do have the replay that we are going to make available as well. One of the other things we're putting into the comments is we would love to hear from you. We know we're not done yet. We got a couple more speakers, but we would love to hear from you in order to know what you are liking, what you'd like to hear more of. So we've got a survey that but you can rate the overall summit. You can say, man, Dallas and Mari crushed it. Whatever you want to say that's positive about me. If you have something negative to say about me, don't say it. Say it to your significant other, your spouse. Let them know. But
and likewise, if you have something negative to say about me, just say it about Dallas.
That's right.
Positive about me, and we'll know.
And Mari and I will get together and we'll just commiserate. It'll be fantastic.
We'll figure that out.
I love where we are headed. Mari, go ahead and talk to us about the 3 pillars of value for our members.
Fantastic. So we recouped a couple minutes, so I'm happy to do this. And by the way, with the streaming, we also, I guess, like I said, we're on YouTube, still going live. And anybody here that has any glitches, we're happy to have you back on another one of the summits, because we're already planning it out. So I really appreciate you being here. The 3 pillars of value for our members is growing. So since I've been here, it's only been 40 days. But rebuilt the website so that we can have more engagement, easier sign-up process, putting a job board on the website so that you can grow your business or find positions. But we also have projects as well as internships, even for some college students that are out there and listening. So we're helping you grow every way we can. And we're also putting together partnerships with other software vendors so that when you sign up for the AI or VR associations, you get discounts, and I like big discounts from about 100 different software vendors that we put together in a partnership here. So that's really going to help you grow, explore, learn, and of course, connect. So like we mentioned, we have 2 communities here, the AI community and the VR or XR community. I'm going to start co-mixing different groups in each of the communities so that you can learn from each other and help each other. And that's for new members, of course. And that's certainly, if you're here, you really want to make sure that you become part of a committee. If you have the network, if you have the ability to put on local events, we really want to make sure that you can, support your team. So you could be a co-chair, you could be a chapter president as well. And of course, there's always opportunities to learn in summits like this, more that we're putting together. And we're going to be putting on a couple bigger events in 2026 as well. So not just virtual, but of course, the local teams and bigger events that we're all going to fly into or drive into. So would love to have you as a part of the community. And Meg put a discount code up there, which is great. And please take advantage of that. So just hit the website and go there. And again, we are global, but we have a local and then growing out to global and a global, kind of into local. So there are the local meetings. Again, those industry committees, those local meetings really make a difference, because you don't just have to watch people or get to watch people speak. You can actually interact with them, learn, collaborate, partner. And there was one quote from somebody that said, after 24 months of being with this, wait for it, 24 months of being in the VRARA, put a $2 million deal together for his company. So that was pretty fantastic. And that's the kind of collaboration we'd love to see and we really encourage. So if you're ready to build the future with us, we'd love to have you as a member here. And you get the discount code. And that is the important part until we get to an even more important part. We have Daryl with Soapbox, who's about to pop up here. So he's the director of education with Soapbox, so perfectly fit, exploring how immersive storytelling and VR mentorships are transforming classrooms and inspiring the next generation of leaders and learners. So really, really happy to have you here. Thank you. And just want to, if you could, give me a hello. Just want to make sure your sound is working.
Hello. Can you hear me?
And yeah, it's a little soft, but it sounds good. And,
I talk quietly. I'll speak louder.
Yeah, when you lean in, it's perfect. And I will
Yeah.
vanish. We'll see you in about 10 minutes or so. Thanks.
Okay.
Daryl,
Actually, Daryl, you vanished on us, bud. Your presentation's here. You're not. Did we lose him in the stream? Daryl?
There we go. We lost the mute there when you went to full presentation mode.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. Is there any way you could stay with that? You can tab through within the platform. There's little arrows.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
okay?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
All
yeah.
right.
Cool. How you doing? Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this platform. It's an amazing place to be right now, especially in these times. I'm Daryl Wells, currently the Director of Education at Soapbox, which is a VR company that basically brings people like artists and entertainers into the VR world. And what I want to talk about today is pretty on par with everyone else has been talking about today, and just the whole theme of the summit, which is the future of education. I'm really obsessed with education, and I'm really obsessed with the future. So I couldn't be in a better spot today to talk about this. So I want to mention where education is currently at, in America. And, it feels like it's running on low battery, so to speak, because we're producing content just super fast, faster than ever. But at the same time, I feel like we're losing the connection that should come with it. And, data backs this up all day, showing that 10% of students strongly agree that they enjoy their classes. That's research from Gallup. And that's when I'm walking into school excited to learn. And everyone else is just checking out. So with that, I feel like there's, responsibility that we have to keep, these students engaged and keep ourselves engaged in learning as a whole. So I also want to say nationally, the Department of Education also says chronic absenteeism is still around like double it was pre-COVID. So with that, that means 1 in 3 students are missing more than 15 days of school a year, which is like huge. And, like I said, when they're there, they're not really there. And half of students are basically saying their schoolwork doesn't feel like as relevant to them. And that's kind of like the key word that I want to talk about. Sorry, I kind of delayed on switching my slide there, but that's kind of the key word I want to talk about. It's kind of like relevance and how we can, make this learning irresistible, and make it relevant, because we want it to be fun at the end of the day. We don't just want it to be super static. So that brings me to the engagement crisis and what could help us engage. So Gen Z and Gen Alpha, like my nephew, for instance, they're growing up in these super immersive worlds, like on their phones, whether they're building on Roblox or, performing like dances on TikTok. It's like super immersive. It's very engaging. So it's breeding like more creators. It's breeding more creators by nature. And when we take them and put them in just like a normal classroom, it's more so harder for them to stay engaged, because we hand them a worksheet and, we say like, okay, go for it. Sorry, I was getting some noise over here. We hand them a worksheet and we just say, hope this is fun enough. But I feel like they're kind of asking for more interactiveness, more engagement. And although Soapbox as a company isn't diving in yet to AI in integration with our app, so right now you kind of you'll just see the artist or entertainer, they're kind of speaking to you. But I would love for us to, hopefully in the future integrate some AI into that to make it even more interactive. That will just double those engagement levels. But it brings more confidence. That you plan to do when you leave school, I'm guessing, So in other words, when we care, we learn. When we enjoy, we retain, simply. And when we all connect to each other, we show up. We don't like showing up many times if we don't feel connected to what we're showing up to. So, and another point, someone earlier in the summit made a point. They were like, another reason that VR is really engaging is because you can't multitask. And I was like, wow, I actually took that note down because I was just like, that's such a great way to look at it, literally, because you can't really hold your phone in your hand while you have a headset on. I mean, I've tried, and you can't really do it. It just gives you this weird kind of double screen thing. So that's where we come in at Soapbox. We're not trying to replace the teachers or rewrite the curriculum. We just kind of want to build a bridge to culture and classroom, if that makes a sense, if that makes any sense, using VR and 3D technology to bring like these living, so to speak, mentors into the learning space, right? So if you could imagine, you go to school, I mean, you may not go to school anymore, many people, but if you could put yourself in other shoes, you go into this classroom and you put on a headset or you open your phone through the Soapbox app, because now it's on the phone also. And suddenly you're standing in the same room as T-Pain or someone you look up to like Kevin Garnett if you're into sports. And they're explaining like mental discipline or vocal technique or a life situation that got them to where they are. It's way more immersive than a video. You're not just watching the video, you're inside of it. And that's kind of what I realized when I tried the technology for the first time a while ago. I was like, wow, you're not like watching a podcast, you're not watching a masterclass or whatever it may be, you're like in it now. And we also on the other side have the commercial platform where it's not, curriculum tied like my job and my area is. The other side is more so you can be inside of music videos, and just that connection is just a whole nother conversation. But that brings me to turning culture into the curriculum, like I just mentioned, and making relevance the topic, connecting their interests to these transferable skills as students, right? And that also brings me to this one. Okay, so what's the science behind the magic of pretty much what we do? It's not so simple when you look at it. It's more so how you, it's more so the perception. You just have to have like a certain perception to look at it this way. It's pretty much when you feel, I'm trying to figure out the word here. It's presence. It's presence. It's more so when the brain feels like something is present, it's more capable to retain and learn in general. When you feel like you're there, the content will stick more. I tried to bring up like a situation to say, but it left me. But we've seen this firsthand, pretty much the brain responding to presence of, the artist in the app. When you put it on, you will see this person next to you. You're like, oh my God, this person is right next to me. And that does so much. It does so much when you're learning, because you don't feel like it's too far away. It's unreachable. It's like in your hands, it's reachable. You can touch it, sort of. And it makes it more attainable. And we've seen this firsthand, in pilot programs, students who are usually quiet end up, leading discussions and such. And also kids who show up late start coming early. We've seen this in practice with a few schools that we've partnered with so far. And what that shows us is just not engagement, it's like actually transforming, the way, kids learn. So, when we pull that out to the bigger picture, we see test scores are still below pre-pandemic levels. And, subjects like math and reading haven't recovered, but I feel like this is not something we kind of test our way out of or drill our way out of. I feel like we have to feel our way out of it, because I don't think we need more content in general. I feel like we need more contact with each other as humans and, just people in general, even going past learning. But yeah, when we meet our idols on top of that, we, in a learning context, when we see somebody we look up to, we watch all the time, we learn more than a skill. It learns that, or it teaches us that our dreams are actually close to us. Our dreams are actually reachable. And I guess my takeaway from all of this, or I would say, is I really want to help the next generation learn in ways that feel close to them, feel good to them. If it's gaming, if it's immersive 3D, AI, whatever it may be, it will just do me a great service. It would do all of us a great service to kind of coordinate around that and kind of give to that way of learning. And that's what the future of education to me looks like. And that's what we're building here at Soapbox. And
love it.
Thank you.
Fantastic, Daryl. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the getting in there with Kevin Garnett, like, can I do that? How do I get there? I want to get to from here to there, and then I'm thinking about the musicians that could be done, and what it's like to be on stage or on stage with, your favorite group or your favorite musician. That is very, very cool.
Yeah.
Extremely useful. Like somebody mentioned that earlier today about, it was the teacher, I think at Kennesaw, excuse me, but there's only been 20 people today, right? Yeah. Where he's like, people remember, okay, we were in the ocean when we did that because it's a visual cue. It's a visual memory that they can relate to. Yeah. And even the memory, it goes into long term. So that we're talking real learning, and something like that is really the bridge. I mean, that's the getting from here to there, from the way we all probably went to school, right? Here's the book and here's the problems and here's a word problem. Oh no. Right. to like, okay, how many shots can this guy, is he going to take if he's got a 60%, 3-point average, where I'm like, I can figure that out. Right. So, he's there, that kind of thing.
He's there.
Let me. So really, really fantastic. Really fantastic. Yeah. I'd love to have you.
Daryl, I appreciate your passion too for education. That definitely came through for me. And I that's one thing I've taken away from this whole day is there's so many folks that are like, how do we design for the future, for the next generation, for where we can kind of enhance learning just in general. So I really appreciate your passion for it. And it's obvious where your heart is and where your vision is. So thanks, man. Appreciate having you on.
Thanks. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Daryl. Thank you.
So everybody, just really quickly here, unfortunately, we were going to have another conversation. Karen Alexander was going to be here with XR Connect ED to talk about pathways for XR into higher education, especially the technology and institutional changes. Unfortunately, she had to cancel, so we will be sure and get another conversation with her in the future. We have one conversation left between Carlos and Andy, but before we bring them in, just one more time, I want to say thank you to our sponsor, SIBA Vision Limited. Silvio Ballerini, thank you so much for being the sponsor of today's 4th annual Best in XR AI Education Summit. Mari, we said the phrase earlier, we drank from the fire hose today. There is so much goodness happening here. And with you stepping in as global director of both the VRARA and AAIA, I am so excited about the future of both of these associations.
Thank you.
Stepping alongside you and the team.
Thank you. Want to get more people involved, like I have with past organizations, but we aren't done yet. No. That is not a wrap up. That's not a wrap up. We got the best for last. We got Andy here. We got Carlos waiting. Let's bring these folks in here. Thank you so much. So
Carlos, you're a rock star. I've been watching the chat. Everyone loves Carlos. Can we start that as a hashtag?
We get a hashtag.
We love Carlos.
Thank you. I love you too.
No pressure, but we could get a hashtag We Love Andy after this. We're just going to see. No pressure, though. So I'll let you do the introductions, Mari, Carlos, Andy. So excited to have you here.
Fantastic. So we have Andy Fidel here and Carlos from Spatial Networks exploring how spatial networking, it couldn't be hotter. So literally best for last, right? So spatial networking and immersive event design are transforming digital spaces into sharing human experiences, right? It's human in the loop. It's not just about the technology. We've heard almost everybody say that. So human in the loop are literally the human experience in creating vibrant virtual communities. Couldn't be more appropriate for this community. So I'm happy to hand it over to the two of you, and I'll be back in a little bit here. And we have some really important things to talk about at the end, but this is fantastic. I leave it to you.
Thank you very much, Maury, for this extraordinary presentation. For me, it's really a pleasure to meet Andy again. We are friends since more than 7 years. I think we have been working together in many, many projects. And I love to have this opportunity to close this amazing education summit talking about new things. And I think we'll be surprised. So thank you, everyone, to be with us still, if you are live or you are offline. And first of all, I would love to ask Andy, after this incredible world tour that taking you across so many innovation hubs and creative centers, exploring the latest AR, VR, and XR, I have to ask, how could you summarize that event you have seen? What has surprised you the most, and what has truly inspired you, please?
Yeah, no, it's been a whirlwind, and I did have this really incredible opportunity to take part in so many different tech activations that essentially got me connected with some of the top talent and brightest minds that we have in VR and AR, and kind of seeing from their perspective what's cool, what's great, what do we need, where do we need to expand on, where do we need to focus on. What has inspired me most, actually, I didn't think it was going to be this at all, but it's seeing how immersive tech can be used out in the world. So I've always been someone that's using a lot of virtual tech and like extensions of events, but like how can our technology be integrated in our day-to-day life? So finding these use cases for it to be better integrated in some of our needs. How do we enhance what we're doing in this physical realm? So that's something that's new for me. How can we be more efficient, more accessible, and more informational? Or obviously, again, like my favorite use case is how to use immersive tech to better empower the remote experience and continue to build and sustain those relationships with friends, family, and colleagues. So now I'm getting like these like two different perspectives of immersive tech, one out in the physical world and one that's remote. And that's my forte, and that's where I've been for the past 10 years. There's this one app that I'd love to share that won an award at LensFest. It's called CardDB by Nigel Artman, that explored spectacles, how it can make shopping smarter and healthier. So just with the glance, you know, you're looking and scanning these barcodes, and it's giving you a personalized health insight on a product or whatever information that you need to know about what you're doing. That's something that's new for me. I love wearing this technology out in the public. I also got to try the Spectacles, their new translation app, whether it's speaking with someone in real time on all these different languages. And it's kind of incredible to see how effective it is. Or even, you know, scanning a piece of document, a restaurant card, and getting that all translated in real time. And then on the flip side, back to my VR and MR roots, Jigsaw Night by Steve Lucas. I got to try that at a conference. And it's this mixed reality app where you complete puzzles with friends and family. It sounds simple, but that's the beauty of it, because a lot of our immersive tech apps and experiences are so complex to even onboard. And so having something as easy just to have people feel like you're there in real time, at the end of the day, that's what boils down for me as the strongest and core concept of social XR, is feeling that you're there with me, with the presence and the shared experience. So some sneak peeks of some things I've seen that will be rolling out to the public.
Awesome. You began your journey in the virtual worlds, and that's actually where we first met back in the magical days of Altspace VR. Since then, you have been collaborating with so many brands and platforms, helping design, build, and energize interdigital communities. We have had the opportunity to collaborate in some projects together. So please tell us how you could describe the current state of these virtual spaces. Do you still believe there is a future for the metaverse? How do you see young people approaching these new worlds? Part video game, part virtual community? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now I'm really vibing with the word multiverse. I think there's value in all these different realms, right? We have our physical, our digital, and our virtual, and they all play an important part in how we communicate and collaborate. I've got two words that come to mind right now, and that's cross-platform and interoperability. They're words that we've heard go around in our industry, but I think right now is a really big opportunity to double down on them. I'm seeing a lot of platforms shift their focus to mobile. You know, whether it's Horizon Worlds focusing on mobile gaming, mobile first, or even for the first time ever, mobile only experiences with a desktop editor, like there are actual worlds and experiences in Horizon Worlds that you just can't access with the headset. So that's a major shift in priorities. Or Snap at LensFest, it just released a Lens Studio update that empowers mobile access and building. So creating lenses on the go. I haven't tried it, but I'm really curious using Gen AI, how we can access that. And obviously, you know, Gen AI making its way through every single tool, platform, and industry that we know, which overall for XR, I think has the opportunity to lower the bar to entry. At the end of the day, I believe we need more creators, we need more developers, and more communities in XR. So if people are using the product, they're consuming the product, they're producing the product, they're playing, they're learning, and they're engaging, then that just means more people in our industry. And to your final point, I don't know. I think young people I think we have to give them the credit that, like, do they see it as a video game? Do they see it as like a virtual community? Honestly, I think they see it as a business venture. I am so surprised and inspired by the youth having this entrepreneurial mindset. So like they're not just building for funsies, like they're building because they're starting their career at such an early age. I'm meeting these amazing entrepreneurs at like 19 years old that have like 35 employees. Like, like when I was 19, I don't know what I was doing at 19, but I wasn't like building a business. And so I feel like any platform or any mentor and educator, it's like, how do we like guide this talent to live and like be sustainable in this new economy, in this new industry? So any platform that's looking to attract or retain talent, it's doubling down on the monetization and the distribution opportunities. So like it's cool to have these tools that help people learn better and create better and having it be more accessible. And then we need to make content creation XR actually be sustainable so people stay here in the long run.
Yeah, I completely agree. And talking about education, do you feel students and new generations are really being educated to understand how this technology works and what it can do for them? Or really they just using it without reflection, without real awareness? And what about the teachers, mentors, coaches, and the parents? They really understand how they can use this technology, or they are still resisting, perhaps out of fear of lack of knowledge?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we kind of have to leave room for youth. And I consider myself youthful, but I also have some people that are way youthful than me now coming into here and having these different perspectives and thoughts on technology. I think every generation kind of gets this opportunity to be embedded in a certain type of technology. And so things like immersive tech, social gaming, things that matter to me and values that I have might not actually be the ones that the future generation has. So, you know, it reminds me of university in 2014 when social media had just hit the masses and we were getting into all these different types of programs to do productions. My professors didn't know what to do with my class. And so I ended up actually being a TA and an educator during that year. So it's a student teaching other students. And I thought that was so cool. Or some of the schools actually giving students full access and responsibility of the school's social media. So, you know, I want to say and encourage educators like to utilize and empower the youth that have different perspectives on this technology. Like, what do they need? Because at the end of the day, you know, we're always guiding the next gen going forward. And it's not necessarily needing to teach solutions because I think they're changing so fast that we're not able to keep up. But like, how do you teach how to learn? Like, how do you make sure that the students and that the youth are constantly learning on their own? They're critical thinkers, because the new, I feel like, question of our generation is what is real? Like, we're going to get a point, like in the next couple of years, there will be more deep fakes. There'll be maybe more content of me online speaking than actually my own content, right? So like, how do we think critically about the media and the world around us? How do we stay flexible and adaptive in this high pace, you know, ecosystem? Parents, educators, I mean, like all technology in moderation and supervision. Like, you know, we're all in this wild, wild west. I don't think anyone can say anything right now is like safe and secure. Like, for us to be responsible and mature and have actual mature conversations, but definitely include youth, because I feel like they absolutely know what's going on more than we give them credit. So
yeah. Well, we are living in a bubble, like in this summit. We are talking about innovation, advantages, benefits, but there is a lot of noise out there about screens, about AI, about virtual worlds. But I always came back to a simple example. A car in the hands of someone reckless, drunk, or untrained can become a deadly machine. But there is not before. We learn to drive in schools. Our cities have signs, traffic lights, universal rules, so that cars can move safely, freely, and beautifully through our streets. So my question is, do you think that the same can be true for advanced technologies in education? Can we build a future where XR, AI, immersive tools flow safely through our societies, guided by ethics, creativity, compassion?
yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, I'm in for immersive tech in the long run, and I think it's an amazing tool for the classroom, for the workspace, for any industry, any field at all. I think immersive tech is the next level of communications. Really good for students for expression, experimentation, and collaborative play. But I don't think it replaces traditional values. I think you need to have a solid base so that we can add on all this new technology and these new perspectives, but you need a core base of thinking and a core way of creating your own thoughts around things. Like, I actually don't think AI is that intelligent. It's a regurgitation and like a collection of past information. Like, there's not much novelty and innovation coming through just using AI, and that's what I fear about most with youth. So I think it starts with intentional design. Tech isn't neutral. It reflects the values of those who build it. Like, we're not just building new tech, we're building for new ways to belong with each other and to communicate. So I want to see more inclusive voices in there actually shaping it. Digital literacy, critical thinking, and co-creation should be part of the curriculum. And then for me, it's not just headset and hardware and tech. I think everyone's been saying it, like, it's emotional, ethical, and creative frameworks. So, you know, asking ourselves, why are we using this technology? In what ways? What does it empower? Who is it for? And at the end of the day, I keep saying this, but for me, tech is a blinking light if it has no intention and has like no impact. So like, sometimes VR, AR, XR isn't the right way to go. Sometimes it's pen and paper. But when you use it, like, make sure that like people are coming out of it so much more inspired or better relationship building. Like, it's got to bring that extra added value, or I don't know, you don't need it. So.
Oh, great. Sure. And well, according to all these questions and answers and our minutes here, and as I resume of the summit, how you see or how you imagine the future in 5 years' time in the schools, in the education environment? What is your idea or your perception about that?
Yeah, I'll make it real quick because we're running out of time. I see it being hyper personalized. I think that we're all super unique. I think there's value in the collective, but there's also an appreciation that we all have different minds and pathways to learning and visualizing. So tools like XR and AI allow us to personalize the learning framework. So like, I can do something 100 times because I need to, and you do it 2 times because you need to. I need to be challenged in ways that you don't. So I definitely see ways that like we're going to hone in and personalize and customizable learning modules for each and every student and professor. So that's something I look forward to. I would have loved to kind of like keep learning at home or learning at my own pace. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andy, for your time, for your thoughts.
Thank you, Andy.
For sharing with us. It was really a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you. Andy, guess what? You earned the hashtag We Love Andy as well.
Oh, great. All right. I want to see it online.
You did it. I appreciate you. That was awesome. Carlos, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you both. Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Well, so I have some wrap-up items that I wanted to pull out. I pulled a bunch of quotes in and some thoughts over the course of the 4 hours. So I cannot do it justice, but I'm going to do a little bit by hitting 8 of them. So first, I just real quickly want to make sure that SIBA Silvio, thanks, little shout out again for being one of the sponsors here. And we really appreciate you. And to everybody else, if you'd like to be a sponsor for one of the events, one of the next events we have, you certainly should get in touch with me, or you should get in touch with VRARA or Applied AI Association, and we can make that happen for you so that you can be with the people that really care and are really passionate about what you're doing. So a couple things that I want to talk about. So the wrap up here is what I wrote, just these takeaways, right? So immerse. So there's something called sim sickness, which I've talked about, my wife about actually. So sim sickness is if you're sitting there in those goggles, there's only a certain amount of time you can do it. So a lot of these companies have actually got their 2D interface. I thought that was brilliant. All of you, probably working with those, know those, but it's not just the goggles, the augmented reality. We're talking about Meta Ray-Ban, that partnership. And so how much things can explode because AI is becoming the eyes and the ears of XR. It's an incredibly exciting time. And I know a lot of you out there have heard, next year's the year. Well, AI hadn't happened yet. And now it really feels like next year is truly the year for 2026. So can you learn to ski reading a book? Yeah, no. Can you really? You get the technique, but being immersed in it. Throw the skis on, throw the boots on, get out in the cold. That's how you do it. That's how you do anything. That's why I loved what he said about getting out there with Kevin Garnett or, whoever might, Steph Curry, that kind of thing. How to play ball, how to play basketball, how to learn anything. You learn it by doing it. And we're fans of the Montessori system. And that's really, you learn it by doing it. You learn it from the people that are already experienced, and then you teach. And it feels like all of that is in this immersive world. So again, just one of my takeaways. You want to make sure you're solving the problem. Then you get the technology to support it. Solve a problem first, then get the tech to support it. And remember, content is king and content is queen. The queen rules the castle. So you better make sure that, you're doing this right. And I've been a storyteller for a couple decades now, from Hollywood to, brand launches, go to market, and lots of videos. And Dallas and I actually worked together on many of those. So, really made a huge difference in, millions of dollars in revenue for these companies. So remember to tell a story, tell the right story. So last couple of thoughts here. How AI is affecting content and keeping the humans in the loop, right? Don't just have it be a tool and run out there. Empathy is absolutely critical. Think about healthcare. Think about education and being one of those students. Take the other side of the desk for a minute. What's being taught? How is it being taught? You've got amazing tools now. So how can you tell that story so it sticks? So those are my quick takeaways. I have a couple other things I really want to get into, but Dallas, any thoughts or comments on those?
No, I agree with you on so many of those things. I had a lot of takeaways too, but I think for me, thematically, I'll be very short here since I know we're at the end. Thematically, I think what I saw a lot, many people I hear when talking about especially AI, they feel as though they're going to be, quote, overtaken by bots and automation. What I saw today, and especially from a lot of our speakers, was I saw the passion and the humanity behind the technology. So I would just say, let's keep that human connection going and let the technology serve who we're becoming and not become the platform of who we are. So that would my takeaway. So Mario, I appreciate you so much, man.
That was like the chef.
Well,
that was fantastic. Well done, chef. I really, that was an amazing quote.
Hey, I always love playing with you, man. Thanks for letting me
Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here.
And I'm actually gonna bow out so that you can wrap us up. But thank you everybody who got to be here today, from our attendees to our speakers, all of that. So Mari, appreciate you. Global Director, take it away.
All right. I want to thank everybody for being here. Every one of the speakers, there were dozens of you that were here. A couple of people out of how many? I don't know, 20, 30, 40. I can't even remember at this point. All of you made it. All of you brought value. And some of you, we will be seeing you again soon with longer form, for the audience. The next one of these will be coming. We're going to be really going vertical in the next couple of years here, making sure we hit education, right? Education is across business and literally university, college, high school, etc. But there's education on the different pieces that we do. So we want to make sure that we're bringing in our enterprises. We want to make sure we're bringing in the vertical sectors, manufacturing, defense, things like that. So look for more events coming from us. Obviously, we'd love to have you as part of the community. So please check out the website, go to one of the local meetings, sign up. Meg put a discount code up there earlier that if you didn't see that, or if it doesn't pop up, let me know. No problem. Just say you were here and we'll take care of that for you. Not a problem at all. And I want to thank everybody from Nathan to starting both of these communities, to all the speakers, but especially you for being here. All the members, all the guests, really, truly appreciate you for being here, helping us and helping everybody on this call, pushing into tomorrow's technology today. Thanks so much. And we're out.